exit photos, and I will go through again and take photos of everything that we did.
How long did this process take that night?
So I started probably about 11 because I was taking photos outside. Our team started about midnight, and we left the residence at 4:28 a.m.
So about 5.5 hours there.
Yes.
Okay. Approximately how many photos did you take total, ballpark estimate?
About 550.
And do you have some of those photos here today to show the jury and to walk them through significant items that you found during the search?
I do.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, sir.
I've handed you what's been marked for identification as people's 226 through people's 277. Can you just take a few moments to go through those? And I'll ask you some follow-up questions.
Okay.
Do those photos fairly and accurately depict what you saw outside and inside the defendant's residence during the time that you've just described for the search?
They do.
Your Honor, at this time, the people move 226 through 277 into evidence, please.
Approach, Your Honor. Yes, ma'am. All right, the objection as to 270 through 276 is overruled. As to 277 is sustained.
So with that, and should I call you Special Agent Benitez? Is that the proper title?
Whatever you prefer, yes.
Okay. With that, then 226 through 276 is now in evidence.
Okay.
And we're going to be taking the jury through all those photographs. And associated with those photographs are also physical items after a photo is taken being recovered by the FBI and put through the property and evidence process.
Yes.
So before we start going through all of these, can you just describe generally the photos the jury is about to start to see of specific items of evidence? What is then done with those items of evidence before I start to hand these to you?
Okay. As I explained before, is when we note an item of evidence that it was on our court authorized search warrant, and the last item was a digital electronics, we will then seize it. And what we'll do is we will photograph it. We will put it on our evidence log, what the item is. And then we will package it. And then we will take it from the residence. On some of the items, if they are firearms, and there is ammunition in the firearm, we will take it out because we need to figure out how many cartridges are being taken. And we will also put the weapons in we will make them safe. So we will clear them. We will put wire through or zip ties through to make sure that they can't be tampered with or they won't go off. And so we will separate. So one item would be separated into two.
So as a follow-up question, you find a loaded handgun in a closet, for example. You take photographs of it. What do you do with that loaded handgun from that point forward?
So photograph it, remove the ammunition, photograph it again, and then package them separately.
And for each one of the items of evidence that were seized pursuant to the authorized search warrant, was an FBI item number assigned?
Yes.
And have you had a chance to review all the items of physical evidence that were taken from the defendant's home on that night?
Yes.
And for each one, and we're going to go through each one separately, but for each one, were there also signatures from the agents involved, as well as the Boulder police detective who was working on the case at the time?
Yes.
So you mentioned first that you were outside the home, and I'm just going to show you one photo of that with people's 226. If we could have the screen, please. And what do we see in 226?
226 is a front view of the defendant's home.
And this is that night.
Correct.
And you mentioned earlier, and I want to follow up on, you said you designate rooms with a letter.
Correct.
Can you explain to the jury what you mean by that?
So that we know what item was taken from where in the home. We will put up a letter in each room, and a team will search the room, and then another team will research the room again.
What room was identified as the defendant's bedroom?
His bedroom was W.
So you gave it the letter W as part of the search process.
We did.
What room was identified as the defendant's closet?
X.
And by closet, I mean closet within that same bedroom.
Correct. It was a walk-in closet within the bedroom.
Was the defendant's bedroom close to any bathrooms in the house?
It was. So when you exited the defendant's bathroom, or excuse me, bedroom, which was W, just a couple steps to the right, there was a bathroom, which we put as Z.
So Z for the bathroom closest to the defendant's bedroom?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm going to put a couple photos on the screen and start to direct you to your search of the defendant's closet. Can you tell the jury generally how you went about doing the defendant's closet?
Yes. So during the walkthrough, there was a weapon observed in the defendant's closet in plain view. And so we started, actually two weapons. We started with those, taking photographs in place. And then we removed those items along with other things. We couldn't see everything because they were in boxes. So we carefully removed those items as well. And then ended up his bed, did more photographs. We then individually photographed each item.
So you said you started with the guns in the defendant's closet.
Correct.
So what are we looking at in 227?
So 227 is, you can see here, an AR weapon. You can see another weapon we collected, a SAR handgun. You can also see one loaded magazine, and then you can see another magazine in behind the SAR handgun.
We'll go to 228. What do we see in 228?
So you see the automatic, or it's actually semi-automatic, an AR rifle here as well. You also see another box. You see two gun cases and then some bedding.
And I think you will have an orange pointer up on the witness stand in front of you. Do you see it?
Yep.
And that'll extend. Can you just, since the jury's seen this for the first time, just walk us slowly through what you were seeing that night?
Sure. So here is the AR rifle. Here is a magazine, and you can see that there's some ammunition. We found two gun cases. They're blue and black. And then this box, we would later find more. I believe this is box, there's more ammunition, so I have to look at the next photos, but there was more ammunition, and it may or may not have been in this box.
And how about the next shelf down?
Next shelf down is some clothing and some bedding. And to here, you can just see the beginning of a box that you'll later see says the word Ruger on it.
229 is a different view of those two firearms.
Correct.
Were these firearms loaded, Special Agent Benitez?
The firearms themselves were not.
Did you find ammunition for the firearms within the closet?
But we did.
And what do we see in 280 or 230, excuse me?
230, we see the SAR pistol, and then you see a magazine in the back, and then you just see the end of the AR rifle with the sling.
And for the AR rifle, how many magazines did you find within the defendant's closet?
We found 6.
Were they loaded?
Yes.
What were they loaded with?
They were loaded with 5.56.
How many rounds, if you recall?
There were 80 total.
And were these given FBI numbers and as they were recovered?
They were.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's been marked as equals 287 for identification. What's inside of that box?
We will see.
Yes.
You can stand up.
Okay, thank you.
See the FBI item label on the first side of the box.
Stand by. Okay, yes, I do. Okay, so in this box, we have the handgun, the SAR 45 caliber, and 3 magazines, and the case.
And have you had a chance to examine it before testifying here today?
I did, yes.
And did it appear to be in the same or similar condition as to when you recovered it on the night of March 22nd into March 23rd, 2021?
It is, yes, it did.
Your Honor, at this time, the people moved 287 into evidence.
No objection.
287 is admitted.
And with the court's permission, Special Agent Benitez, and I see you already have your gloves and scissor ready to go, I'm going to ask you to open the box and take out the contents of the box to show the jury, please.
Sure.
So what are we looking at here?
So we are looking at the SAR pistol as depicted in the photograph behind me. We are also looking at 3 magazines attached. And then to the right here, we are looking at the SAR pistol's handgun case with a few cleaning implements as well.
The case was recovered from that closet as well?
It was, and you saw it on the photo, this was the black case. Correct. So up there in the corner, this was the case.
And the SAR that you have in your left hand there is the one that's depicted on the right-hand side of 229,
That's correct.
and the empty case appearing on the left-hand side of 229.
That's correct.
And you mentioned that the process would be to unload the magazines. And was that done with this one as well?
It was.
Okay, and we'll come back to the ammunition later then.
Okay.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach with what's been marked as People's 292 for identification?
Yes, sir.
Recognize People's 292 for identification?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is the AR rifle, Ruger, as depicted in the photograph behind me.
And have you had a chance to look at what's in this box before testifying today?
I have.
Did it appear to be in the same or similar condition as to when you recovered it on the night of March 22nd to March 23rd?
I did.
Your Honor,
Yes.
at this time, the people moved 292 into evidence.
No objection.
Admitted.
Especially as you could open the box, hold it up to the jury, please.
Secure.
What does the jury see in this box?
So they're looking at an AR rifle. It's a Ruger, and it is the same one as depicted in the image behind me. Additionally, there are 6 magazines. There's 1 shorter magazine and then 5 larger magazines.
You mentioned there was handgun ammunition for the SAR handgun recovered from the defendant's closet.
I did, yes.
Your Honor, may I approach with what's been marked as 288 for identification?
Yes, sir.
That's 288 for identification, actually, yes, what do we have there?
So we have 23 cartridges, and I'm not sure if I explained this. Cartridges are unfired units of ammunition. So we have 23 of them that was removed from the SAR magazines that we saw previously.
In the defendant's closet.
Correct.
And were those 45 caliber cartridges?
They are, yes.
Let's turn to the bathroom. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to
Yeah.
interrupt you. You can hold it up for the jury. Thank you.
Mhm.
Let's turn to the bathroom that was close to the defendant's bedroom. What was the condition of the bathroom when you first went in it?
So the condition was clean, overflowing laundry and a stuffed garbage can, but the bathroom itself, there's nothing on the counter. Few items, was pretty clean.
So you walk in, you see the bathroom, clean counter for the most part, laundry basket and garbage pretty full, but otherwise the counter's clean.
That's correct.
And how did you conduct the search of the bath?
So what we did is we went in and we searched everything within the bathroom, under the cabinets, everything that anywhere you could search, to include the garbage can. What I determined later by talking to investigators is they removed the items from the garbage can and then they placed them on the bathroom counter so that we could see what was in the garbage.
So garbage cans being emptied, things are being laid out across the bathroom counter.
Correct.
So I'm going to turn to exhibit 231 on the screen. What do we see here?
Garbage on the counter that was removed from the garbage can there on your right. What we see specifically are 3 empty ammunition boxes.
I'm going to come to those in a moment, but just to be clear, when you first walked into the bathroom, this was not the condition of the defendant's bathroom.
Correct.
And you have pictures showing the clean bathroom before the search.
I do.
This is after the garbage can's been emptied and the search is taking place.
Correct.
We'll go to 232 to follow up on what you just said about items of interest that appear on the counter. What do we see in 232?
So what we're looking at is 3 empty ammunition boxes. You have 2 5.57 round boxes. It should have contained 20 in each box. And then you have 1 empty 45 auto ammunition that should have contained 50.
And it was empty though.
They were empty.
And 233 depicts what?
This depicts the back of the packaging.
And Your Honor, may I approach with what's been marked as People's 279 for identification?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Recognize People's 279 for identification?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
These were the 3 empty ammunition boxes that we retrieved in the garbage that was in the bathroom labeled Z.
And do they appear to be in the same condition as when they were recovered from the defendant's house?
They do.
Your Honor, at this time, the people move 279 into evidence.
No objection.
Admitted.
Okay, so let's leave room X and the bathroom for a little while. We're going to come back to it. Did you also search other parts of the house?
We did.
And did you find safes in different locations in the house?
We did.
Tell the jury how you obtained access to the safes.
So when we first arrived at the house, we brought the family members of the defendant in. We put them in living room area A and we asked them about the safes. And they were able to provide us with combinations to access the safes and actually helped us open a few of the safes themselves.
We'll go to 234. What do we see in 234?
So we see one of those safes after being opened.
Is 235 a close-up of the safe?
It is.
And 236 even closer?
Yes.
And what was found of interest in this safe?
So in this safe, we found two different types of ammunition. Found several rounds of ammunition. Some of the boxes were full, some were used.
And is this a close-up in people's 237 and evidence of some of those boxes or those boxes that were found?
Yes, so we have 357 ammunition down here. That's a close-up and up there. And then we have a 45 and 45.
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's been marked with people's 280 for identification. Recognize that?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
This was the ammunition we recovered in the safe that was in room AA.
Those appear to be in the same or similar condition as to when you recovered them.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, people move to omit 280.
We're dear.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
A couple of questions for you with regards to Exhibit 280. You had told us that this ammunition was found in a safe, and I believe if I heard right, was it 8A room?
AA, yes.
8A, okay, and I'm sorry.
Adam.
Adam.
Yes.
I apologize. And room AA was not believed to be associated with Ahmad Alissa.
Correct. I'm not sure whose room it was. There was passports, I believe, found in the safe that did not come back to the defendant.
Because this was Mr. Ahmad, or excuse me, this was Mr. Alissa's family home. There were multiple people living in that home,
Correct.
including his parents,
Yes.
his grandmother,
Yes.
his brothers,
Yes.
some of his sisters,
Yes.
and some of his in-laws.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, at this time I object under 401, 403.
Can you establish a further foundation connecting it to Mr. Alissa?
Sure. Were you looking for ammunition that might be associated with the firearms that the defendant owned?
We were.
And is some of this ammunition compatible with the firearms that the defendant had ownership of at King Soopers and/or in his own bedroom?
It is.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Okay. And just to be clear, though, we did admit 288 into evidence.
You have not yet.
Yes. Thank you, Your Honor. So you can put that to the side.
Okay.
We can take down the screen. I'm going to show you 288 just to make sure we put that into evidence. What was 288?
So 288 was 23 cartridges recovered out of the magazines of the SAR handgun found in the closet, which was marked X.
And those are in the same or similar condition as to when you recovered it from that location?
They are.
Your Honor, we're going to move 288 into evidence, please.
No objection.
Admitted.
So in light of the conversation we just had, I'm going to move us past some other rooms, but did you find other ammunition and firearms in different parts of the house?
We did.
And did you then also return to room X, which was the closet in the defendant's room itself, and the bathroom next to his room?
We did.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, can I confer with counsel for 1 minute?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. In one of the rooms that was not the defendant's, did you find a Beretta handgun?
We did.
Can you tell the jury about that, please?
So in room Y, which was next to the defendant's room, we found a Beretta handgun. We found a Beretta handgun. With it, we found it was actually in a case, and there were 3 magazines associated with the Beretta handgun that were loaded with 9mm ammunition.
Your Honor, can we have the screen, please?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted into evidence is People's 239. What is the jury looking at here, Special Agent Benitez?
So this is the case. Here's the Beretta handgun. And then you have 1, 2, 3 magazines within the case.
And what were done with those items after you took photographs of them?
We took out the magazines. They contained ammunition. We took the ammunition out and photographed it.
Is that part of the process that we're seeing here in 240?
It is.
What does 240 depict?
So it depicts us removing the handgun from its case. You can see the magazines are all loaded with ammunition.
241?
Another image of the Beretta. We take these close-up photos to capture the serial number on the firearm.
And 242?
242 is the ammunition that was recovered from those magazines.
And was this a Beretta with serial number B as in boy 032493 Zebra?
Correct.
And you mentioned 3 magazines.
Yes.
Your Honor, can I approach with what's been marked as 281, 282, and 283 for identification?
Yes, sir.
Start with 282. Recognize 282 identification.
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
So this is the Beretta handgun, 9mm, with the serial number just read, and 3 magazines.
And with the court's permission, I'm going to ask you to open 282 in just a moment, but to the contents of 282, back up one step. Did you look at these before trial?
I did.
And did 282 and the contents appear to be in the same or similar condition as to when they were found, recovered, and itemized by the FBI?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, people move 282 into evidence.
No objection.
It's admitted.
Do you need a hand there?
I got it. Thank you.
What are we looking at in 282?
So we're looking at the Beretta handgun that was depicted earlier. We're looking at the 3 magazines that are depicted right now. And we're also looking at packaging that was found within that closet as well.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes, sir.
I ask you to take a look at the mark is 283, 281. For identification. What is 283?
So 283 are the 30 rounds of 9mm ammunition that you see up on the screen there that was removed from the magazines, which I just showed you.
And then you find additional ammunition associated with that weapon and itemize it as what's exhibit now, 283.
Yes, this became an additional exhibit 283.
And does that appear to be in the same or similar condition as to when you recovered it?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, people move to omit 283.
No objection.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
And that next exhibit,
283 is a minute.
thank you. And then 281, is that additional ammunition?
Yes, it is.
Does that appear to be in the same or similar condition as to when you recovered it?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, people move 281 into evidence, please.
No objection.
Admitted.
Going back to the defendant's room, moving on from the Beretta and going back to the defendant's room and bathroom area, were additional items of evidence found there as well?
Yes,
And you mentioned putting things on the defendant's bed.
we
Can you
did.
Explain to us what that process involved, please.
So when we removed the items from the closet, when we observed that it was an item that we were authorized to take, we then put it aside and then photographed each item one by one. But prior to that, we just took everything out of the closet and we laid it on the defendant's bed.
Excuse me, is that what we see in People's 243?
It is.
Can you just walk the jury through what they're looking at in 243, please?
Yes, so what you have here is some of the items we've already admitted. So we have the rifle, the AR rifle. We have the handgun case that you saw already for the SAR. We have another gun box that's empty, this blue one. We have another box here that contains a rifle that was empty. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 magazines here. No, that's the sixth one for the AR. We have more ammunition here. We have a magazine, handgun magazine here. We have other gun items as well, accessories, if you will. We have a scope. We have more ammunition here. We have, actually here we have the scope holder or the scope mount as well. More ammunition here and here. And that is what I can depict from this photo.
Thank you. And these were all items found in the defendant's closet.
Yes, they were.
You mentioned there was an empty box on the left-hand side of the screen. Is that the open box we see there?
It is.
And what's the outside coloring of that box?
It's white.
Is that what we're looking at in 244?
Yes, that's our item 19.
And when the FBI recovered this from the defendant's closet, it was empty.
Correct.
And 245?
245 is a close-up of item 19, which is the label on that Ruger box.
And what does it describe the gun that would have been in the box to be?
It identifies the gun as a model AR 556, 5.56, or 556 NATO, pistol type with serial number 853-75125.
And in 246, is this another view of the same box?
It is.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, sir.
Just handed you what we marked as 234 identification. Recognize that?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is the gun box I was just speaking of, which is depicted in the photograph behind me. And I also know by our labels.
Your Honor, at this time, people move to admit 284 into evidence.
No objection.
Admitted.
Special Agent Benitez, can you please, we're not done with the box just yet. It's okay. Can you please open the box for the jury?
Sure.
And what do we see in the bottom part of the box there?
So you are seeing some foam encasing that would encase the rifle that was supposed to belong in this box. You're also seeing a gun lock at the very end.
And that box was empty when you found it.
It was empty.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. You had mentioned on the label, it says 5.56 NATO. What does that mean?
The caliber of ammunition that could go in the gun.
And what's the NATO signify?
That's North Atlantic Treaty Organization from my history teaching days. And it's just a standard, a worldwide standard of ammunition or military within countries that belong to NATO.
With 5.56 caliber.
Correct.
Did you find other packaging inside the defendant's closet that was empty as well?
We did.
I'm going to turn now to 247 on the screen. What do we see in 247?
We are seeing an empty packaging of a reflex sight.
248 shows us what?
The back of that packaging.
And 249?
A closer up view of that packaging.
Your Honor, may I approach with what's been marked as People's 285 for identification?
Yes, sir.
Recognize 285 for identification?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is a empty packaging of a reflex sight.
Where was that recovered from?
This was recovered in the defendant's closet.
And does it appear to be in the same or similar condition as to when you recovered it?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point in time, we'll move 285 into evidence.
No objection.
Admitted.
With court permission, I'm going to ask you to open the bag and take the packaging out so I can ask you a couple of follow-up questions, okay?
Okay.
And I see you holding it up. Thank you. And this obviously was empty when you found it.
It was
What was the price tag on the front of the packaging?
$79.99.
And what does it say on the packaging about this item?
So it identifies it as a fire-filled brand impact extra large reflex sight. And then it lists the things that it's supposed to do.
Such as?
It's water resistant, it's shockproof, lightweight, unlimited eye relief, parallax corrected, quick target acquisition, precision accuracy, protective hood, quick release mount, and digital switch illuminator.
Thank you. Did you, and you referenced this earlier about the defendant's belongings on his bed, but did you recover additional ammunition from the defendant's closet?
We did.
We're going to turn now to 250 on the screen. What do we see in 250?
So you are, eventually we would come to know this, but you're seeing three different types of ammunition, separated, neatly separated by ammunition type. There's a box, there's some papering, and then there is a Ziploc bag that contains all of these.
And I have 251 on the screen now.
Yeah, same items I described. the three different types of ammunition. I believe there's 167 cartridges in all, but also numerous boxes.
252.
Same item 21. These are 5.56 rounds and 45 rounds depicted in this image.
And 253.
So these are 223 rounds that were all, again, put into a Ziploc bag.
Your Honor, may I approach with what's been marked as people's 286 for identification?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize 286 Special Agent Benitez?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
I recognize it to be item 21 as depicted on the images behind me.
And does 286 and the contents thereof appear to be in the same or similar condition as to when you recovered it in the search of the defendant's closet?
They do.
Your Honor, at this time, the people move to admit 286.
No objection.
Admitted.
So with the court's permission, I'm just going to ask you to, if it's easier, you could stand up and hold that up for the jury, please. And what kind of ammunition do we have there, Special Agent Benitez?
So we have 5.56 rounds, we have 223 rounds, and we have some 45 rounds.
So the 223 and the 5.56 rounds, what kind of weapon do those go with?
A rifle.
And the other type?
The 45 goes traditionally into a handgun.
And how many rounds do you have there that are for a rifle, either 223 or 5.56?
So I'll have to refresh my memory. There should, because not all of them, some of them are empty.
And that was going to be my next question. What do you mean some of them are empty?
Some of the boxes were empty. And so as I recall, there are actually more 223 rounds than should be by the boxes in here. And there's actually less 5.56 rounds as indicated by the boxes in here. So some of the ammunition is not here for the 5.56.
In other words, it had been removed from the box and was not found.
Correct.
Thank you. And with regards to the SAR, the SAR 45 caliber in the defendant's closet, you mentioned ammunition was recovered for that one as well.
Yes, that was recovered in the magazines themselves. Yes.
So I'm going to go to 254 on the screen here. What are we looking at?
So that is the SAR handgun with 3 magazines containing 23 rounds of 45, and then also the gun case.
255, another view of that same weapon in the magazines.
Yes.
256 is what?
That is a close-up of the SAR. And this is a full view of the SAR pistol, the 3 now empty magazines because we unloaded them, and then 23 rounds of 45 ammunition.
And that's what we see here in 258,
Correct.
as well as what in 259?
Yes, 45 caliber, 23 rounds, item 23.
And I believe we've already introduced 288 into evidence. And those were the same rounds that you showed the jury earlier.
Correct.
Any indication from the defendant's closet that he owned another handgun that was not found there that night?
Yes, there was.
What was that?
There was a empty gun case, which was blue in color, and we did not find the handgun associated with this in the defendant's room nor in the house.
And is that the gun case depicted in 260?
That's it.
Your Honor, can I approach with what's been marked as people's 289 for identification?
Yes, sir.
What are we looking at? On this item?
Yeah, so we're looking at a Gerson, a gun case. Blue in color.
Does that appear to be in the same or similar condition as to when it was recovered from the defendant's closet?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, the people move to admit People's 289 into evidence.
No objection.
Admitted.
And when you opened it that night, it was empty as depicted in 260.
Correct.
Did you find other gun accessories or enhancements in the defendant's closet or room?
We did.
What did you find?
We found besides the reflex sight that I had already talked about, we found a scope mount and we found a scope.
And can you just explain to us what you mean by scope, mount, and scope?
So the scope is actually, and we may see it here today, something that you can look through, but you have to actually mount it on the gun, and so, or on the rifle. So it attaches to the mount, and then the mount attaches to the gun.
And what are we looking at in 261?
That is the scope mount, Monstrum, I believe.
262
Backside of the mount,
and 263.
same thing.
And where was this recovered from?
The defendant's closet.
And I'm going to take us to 264. What is 264?
264 is the scope.
Your Honor, may I approach with what's been marked for identification as People's 290 and 291, please?
Yes, sir.
What is People's 290 for identification?
People's 290 is the Monstrum tactical scope mount.
That was recovered from the defendant's closet?
Correct.
Does it appear, based on the packaging and the notations on the packaging, appear to be in the same or similar condition as to when you recovered it that night from the defendant's home?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, the people move 290 into evidence.
No objection.
Admitted.
And then 291, please.
So yes, this is 291, and it's the Monstrum scope itself.
And same question, does it appear to be in the same or similar condition as to when you recovered it that night?
It does.
With that, Your Honor, the people move 291 into evidence, please.
No objection.
Admitted.
Special Agent Benitez, were these attached to a weapon when you recovered them?
They were not.
And the fire field packaging was the one that you found empty?
Correct.
You mentioned earlier that you unloaded the 6 magazines that went with the assault rifle that the defendant had in his closet.
We did.
So I'm going to turn now to Exhibit 268 on the screen, or excuse me, 265.
Okay.
What are we looking at in 265?
We are looking at the AR Ruger rifle. We're looking at 6 magazines, one smaller than the rest.
266.
Same, but flipped over.
267.
We're looking at the serial number of the Ruger rifle.
268.
So these are this is the ammunition that was found within the magazines of the photos that you just observed. We found within the magazines in the defendant's closet.
And what'd you do with the ammunition?
We took them out of the magazines, we photographed them, and then we packaged them.
All right, I approach with what's been marked as People's 293 for identification.
Yes, sir.
What is 293?
So 293 is the 80 223 cartridges that we removed from the from the magazines found in the defendant's closet.
Do those appear to be in the same or similar conditions to when you recovered it that night?
They do.
Your Honor, at this time, people move to admit 293 into evidence.
No objection.
Admitted.
Switching gears slightly, did you recover any shipping labels associated with these items of evidence from the defendant's closet?
We did.
What'd you find?
We found 2 shipping labels, one for a weapon and one for ammunition.
We're going to put 269 on the screen here. What are we looking at?
Those are the 2 shipping labels we found in the defendant's closet.
And Your Honor, may I approach what's been marked as equals 294 for identification?
Yes, sir.
What do we have in 294?
294, we have 2 shipping labels or packaging slips.
Do those appear to be in the same condition as when you recovered them that night?
They are.
Your Honor, at this time, people move 294 into evidence.
No objection.
Admitted.
What are the 2 slips in 294 and which appear on the screen in 269?
So the left slip, as shown also here, is a packaging slip from Grab a Gun for a Ruger AR-556, and the right is a packaging slip from Grab a Gun for 5.56 ammunition.
How much ammunition?
The packaging slip shows that this contained 4 boxes of 20 rounds.
What type of ammunition?
So it's PMC ammunition X-TAC M855 5.56 NATO 62 GR green tip LAP.
And whose name is on these slips?
It is shipping to Ahmad Alissa.
And what's the address or location it's being shipped to?
The address is where we conducted the search, 16229 West 65th Place, Arvada, Colorado, 80007.
And is that for the slip on the right, the green tip ammunition?
Correct.
And that's being delivered directly to the home of the defendant.
Correct.
How about the slip on the left?
The slip on the left is shipping to the defendant via Westminster Arms Incorporated, 6785 Wadsworth Boulevard, Arvada, Colorado, 80003.
And that's for the firearm itself.
Correct.
What email address appears on both of those slips?
It states the user email, the email addresses. I'll say it and then read it out. Ahmad87654@gmail.com, and that's AHMADA87654@gmail.com. And they're both the same email. The weapon has a small a and the ammunition have a big A.
And what's the date of sale on each one?
So the date of sale on the AR-556 is January 3rd, 2021. The date of sale on the green tip ammunition is February 1st, 2021.
And for the ammunition, how many boxes were there?
4 boxes.
And I think you said 20 rounds in each box
Right, so 8 should have been 80 rounds.
of the green tip ammo.
Correct.
What, if any, bomb-making materials did you find in the defendant's closet?
So we found 2 types of chemicals that are precursors to explosives.
And what were those chemicals?
We found a large bottle of hydrochloric acid, and then we found 5 bottles of acetone.
And what are we looking at in people's 270 on the screen?
So we are looking at one of the boxes that contained the chemicals. I can see the plastic.
271, a closer view of that same box.
Correct.
And in 272, is this a close-up?
It is.
And can you tell us, please, who the recipient was based on the shipping label on that box?
Ahmad Alissa.
273.
So 273 is our item number 30, which was the hydrochloric acid.
274.
274 is the box which contained a plastic bag which contained the bottles of acetone.
275.
Closer view of the acetone
And 276.
and closer view of the acetone.
And you did not bring these particular chemicals to court, though.
We didn't.
They're still kept, however, in a secured location within property and evidence.
Yes.
And from your experience and from the investigation, these could be used as bomb-making precursors.
Objection 401, 403.
Overruled.
Yes, it can.
Your Honor, I have nothing further for Special Agent Benitez. Thank you very much, ma'am.
I have no questions.
All right, thank you.
Thank
You may
you.
be excused and you're released from the subpoena.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to recess for the morning. I'm reminding you that until the trial is completed, don't discuss the case with anyone. If anyone tries to, let us know. Don't do any research on anything associated or any of the parties. Don't form or express an opinion on the case until it's delivered to you. And we'll get started in about 15 minutes, which is shortly after, not quite quarter till 11, but we'll give you a good 15 minutes. Stand for the jury, please.
Sorry. Just for the record, we identified the photos that we believe should be pulled out. We provided the defense with the numbers of those photos. Once they go through it, then we'll provide it to the court
Okay,
after both sides are in agreement. But I think we've identified all the ones that should come out of it.
great. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll bring the jury in.
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
All right, please be seated. Your next witness, please.
Your Honor, the people called Jennifer Jacobson to the stand, please.
Good morning. Before you have a seat, I'll swear you to raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury, any testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Okay, please be seated. Get real close to that microphone and adjust it, please. So everyone can hear you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, and if you'd be more comfortable, the microphone actually moves if you want to move it towards you.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state your full name, spelling your last name for the court reporter?
My name is Jennifer Jacobson, Jacobsen.
Do you live here in Colorado?
I do.
And what area do you live in?
I live in Boulder
How long have you been living in Boulder for?
for 10 years.
The jury's hearing evidence, as you know, about a mass shooting that took place at the King Soopers at Table Mesa on March 22nd.
Yes,
Were you there that day?
I was.
Had you ever been to that King Soopers before that day?
Yes, many times.
For what?
To go shopping, that was my grocery store.
And when you say my grocery store, did you live in that neighborhood?
I used to, yes, I used to live in South Boulder.
So how often would you go to the King Soopers at Table Mesa?
A lot, almost daily. I'm a person that kind of shops for the food that I'm going to eat that night. So I would go there a lot.
Okay. And on March 22nd, do you recall arriving there around 2:15 in the afternoon?
Yes,
Where did you park, Ms. Jacobson?
I parked, the parking spaces used to be diagonal before they redid the store. And I parked in, it's hard, I parked towards the, I don't know, I mean, it's the, I guess the, I don't know how to, let's see.
Do you want me to-
Yeah,
Sorry to interrupt. Would you
Sure.
like me to ask you a question?
sure. Yeah. I
Were
don't,
you in the parking lot on the north side of the store?
north, let me think, hold on. Yes, yes.
And were you towards the west side or the east side or in the middle?
No, I wasn't in the middle. I was more towards the west doors. I was more towards the west. Yes.
And what were you going to King Soopers to get that day?
I was going to get coleslaw because I was making pulled pork in my crock pot. So I was just ran in to get coleslaw.
And how long, to the best of your recollection, were you in King Soopers for?
Maybe 10 minutes. I just literally ran in. I didn't need a cart. I specifically ran in to get coleslaw and, 2 bags of coleslaw in the jar of coleslaw.
Okay. And where did you check out of the store?
I went to so it would be the west and, what is it? Self-checkout.
And how did you go through the self-checkout?
Normal. I went, I did my just self-checkout normally. Did my own stuff. I didn't have a bag with me, so I was carrying my groceries out. They were in my arms.
Okay. We're going to come to that in a minute, okay?
Mhm.
Did you keep the receipt from that day?
I did.
And after all this happened, did you provide the receipt to law enforcement?
I did.
I'm going to ask the court if I can approach you and show you a photograph, okay?
Yes, sir.
Mhm.
It's marked with a number in the corner. It says People's Exhibit 308. Recognize that that is a photograph of?
Yes, I do.
What is that a photograph of?
This is my receipt.
And does it appear to be the same receipt that you took with you on March 22nd as you were leaving the west self-checkout area?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, people move to admit 308.
No objection.
Admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
So we have the receipt on the screen in front of you as well as behind you on the wall so the jury can see it. Can I ask you a couple questions about the receipt?
Yes.
It has the food items you purchased there that day, the coleslaw, right?
Right.
What date is on the receipt?
March 22nd. Let me see, where is it at? But,
If you look about halfway down,
all right, yeah, down at the bottom, right by the stars. March 22nd at 2:26 p.m.
and that's the time you were leaving King Soopers that day with the items you've already described.
Correct.
Now, you started to say you did not have a bag with you.
Correct.
So what'd you do with the food items you had just purchased?
They were in my arms.
Can you tell the jury where you went from there, please?
Sure, I walked out the west doors.
And what happened as you were heading towards your car, Ms. Jacobson?
I was actually following behind Kevin Mahoney. I didn't know him at the time.
And do you now know him to be Kevin Mahoney?
Yes, I do.
So you're following behind Kevin Mahoney. Walk the jury through what happens, please.
I was following Kevin and I'm sorry, it was still close to COVID. And so Kevin and I walked out relatively at the exact same time, to the point where I was following him rather closely. So I was thinking of a million things, what I had to do that day. And I wasn't paying attention to how close I was following him. And he kind of turned around and looked at me like, why is this woman following me so closely? And I was like, oh, sorry. And he smiled at me. That was our first interaction. And then we went out the doors together at the exact same time. Then I continued to follow him because our cars were parked right next to each other. And again, I didn't know him. And so we followed each other. I kept following him. He had a cart. And so again, he kind of looked back like, why are you still following me? And I slowed down again. But he smiled. And then we got to our cars and we realized, oh, we are parked next to each other. So again, we're parked diagonally in the spots next to each other. And we opened up our trunks at the exact same time. And then we started to unload our groceries at the exact same time, to the point where it was like this, like at the exact same time, which made us both laugh. I smiled at him, he smiled at me, and we both chuckled. And then we both finished at the exact same time. And we were both done with our unloading our groceries. And then it was time to close our trunks. And I reached up I have a 2017 car, so I don't have the electronic trunk. So I reached up to grab my trunk, and Kevin had an electronic trunk. And so he pressed a button or whatever, and his trunk went beep. and it went down to close. And I went, oh, like that. Like I just said that to him and he laughed out loud. He, just said, oh, laughed out loud. And I smiled at him and that was it. I mean, he smiled at me and we exchanged, a laugh together. And that was it. And then our trunks closed.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask you a couple follow-up questions?
Of course. Yes.
You mentioned Kevin Mahoney had a shopping cart.
He did. Yes.
And did he have items in the cart that you could see?
Yes, he did when we were walking out. Yes.
But you were carrying your items with you.
Yes. I didn't get a cart that day.
And I think this is clear, but you arrive at the cars having no idea that you've actually parked next to one another.
Right. We didn't, I mean, yeah, it was complete random.
After unloading his items into his car, what did you see Kevin Mahoney do next?
He was returning his cart. He went to the left of his car.
And what is towards the left of his car?
So that would have been towards Table Mesa. So that would have been to the, that would have been north. He would have walked north.
And what is in that direction in the parking lot?
That would have been where you would return the cart away from the store. So, I just assumed he was returning his cart. He was going to return his cart. And I walked in between my car and his car to go to my driver's side door.
And what'd you do then?
I just walked slow, just walked to go to the driver's side of my car, to get into my car.
And did you do that?
I did.
Can you tell the jury what happened after you got into your car, please?
Sure. The length of my car walked. And as soon as I sat down, almost like immediately, I heard a pop. And I thought it was the very first pop, I thought it was a car. So I didn't think anything of it. And I think I put my seatbelt on. I had my dog in my car. So I think I said something to him. I said he was excited to see me. So I was just kind of, saying hi to my dog. And then I heard pop, pop. And those two, what I now know as gunshots, were so close. They almost sounded like, to me, I knew they weren't, it wasn't a car. It sounded like a firework, and it sounded like a firework coming out of, like a cannon. So it was like, whoosh, pop. So it sounded like it was coming out of like a cannon, a firework, like a big firework. And I thought, why would someone be lighting fireworks in the parking lot of King Soopers in the middle of the day, because it was light out. And so I'm sitting like this in the driver's seat and I heard it to my left. So I literally just moved my head like this over my left shoulder to look at where I heard the fireworks, or what I thought were fireworks.
Okay. So you look up,
Mhm.
and then you look to your left to try
Like
to figure
this.
out,
Yeah.
and you're indicating over your left shoulder
Yes.
to try to figure out what those sounds are.
Mhm.
And tell the jury what you saw.
So as soon as I looked over my left shoulder, out through the window, I saw the gunman. He had a huge gun, a very large gun, and he had it up, and he was standing with the gun pointed into a truck that was parked behind one row behind me. And he was shooting into the windshield of the car, into the truck. He was shooting into the windshield of the truck. So he shot once or twice into the windshield. And then he walked around to the driver's side of the truck and shot again once or twice into the driver's side of the truck.
Could you see anybody in the truck?
No, I did not see into the truck. And then once he shot into the through the front, the windshield shattered, or, it didn't fall through, but it just all, shattered. But I didn't see anyone inside, and he just shot in there and then walked around to the side and shot into the driver's side window.
Can I ask you a couple questions?
Of course.
And first, for the record, just so the court reporter gets this down, that's what I mean by for the record. When you're indicating holding a huge gun, you had it up with your left hand out, right?
Yeah.
And your right hand back where the trigger would be.
Mhm.
And it
Yes.
looks like you're holding it shoulder height.
Yes, it was up on his shoulder. Yes.
Okay. And you see him firing into this truck. How would you describe the truck?
I would say like a work van. Yeah, I thought it was a work van. It wasn't like a lot of people in Boulder have like sprinters, like an adventure van that you would, it wasn't that. It wasn't like a camping van. I immediately thought it was a working van, like someone at work.
So after you see the gunman firing into the driver's side window
Yes.
of the work van, what's the next thing that goes through your mind?
It was strange because at first I didn't think it was a threat. At first I was like, I've never seen anything like that. So at first I was just like, this is strange. I've just never seen anything. So I just didn't think it was an immediate, I don't know how to explain it. I just thought, oh, this is weird. Why is this happening? And then he turned. And when he turned, I thought, oh my God, like this is happening. Like because when he turned, he still had the gun up. And then I thought, oh my God, he's gonna shoot people. He's shooting, this is real. This is happening right now. And he had the gun up and ready. And all I could think of, he's shooting that man that was next to me. I didn't see the man that I'm just going to call him Kevin. I didn't know it was Kevin, but he's going to shoot Kevin. Like I thought he was going to shoot Kevin, and he turned, very determined, and he just went walking straight towards where I assumed Kevin was returning his cart, and he walked straight towards him, very determined, and just straight towards where I assumed Kevin was. And I immediately just put my head down, put my hands up on my head, and just went straight under my steering wheel.
So the gunman was heading, you described him as very determined,
Yes.
in the direction of where Kevin where you had last seen him,
Yes.
over towards the cart area.
Yes.
What was the reason you put your head down like that?
He was close enough that he, if he wanted to, he could have come over towards me. And so I didn't know if he was going to come towards me. I thought maybe he was going to come and shoot me. And so I thought if I hid, maybe he wouldn't come over towards me.
What happened next, Ms. Jacobson?
I put my head down and I thought about my daughter. And then I listened to about 4 or 5 shots. And my body just kept shaking, every time he shot, I just jumped. And I just kept thinking about my daughter, and I just thought, I hope he doesn't shoot me in the back of the head, because my daughter lived in New Orleans, and
Objection.
I'm sorry.
Sustained.
I was just nervous that he was going to shoot me. And so I just, kept hiding
So you're hiding,
in my car. Yeah.
right, by ducking down,
Yes.
and you told us what you were thinking about.
Yeah. And,
And can I ask you a follow-up
yes.
question? I'm sorry. You mentioned you heard additional shots during this time.
about 4 or 5.
Okay. What's the next thing that happened after you heard those shots?
And then it was quiet for just a second. And I picked up my head, just enough for my eyes to come above I'm sorry, my
Did you look above your dashboard?
dashboard. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Sure,
And
okay.
I looked above my dashboard, and it was just my eyes. And he was in front, 1 car length in front of my car. And he and I made just split-second eye contact. When I looked at him, he you know, he still had the gun up. He didn't have it pointed at me. It was pointed off towards the store. And he looked, you know, he just had this determined look on his face. He looked like he knew what he was doing. Like he just knew, like he was there to kill people. And oh, sorry.
Speculation moved to strike.
Sustained.
Okay.
So it's okay.
Okay.
Some of this is, it's important, but it's the legal rules about what can happen in court. So I'm just going to ask you a couple follow-up questions, okay? Did you see him shoot into the driver's side of the work truck?
I did.
Did you hear him firing shots as he was moving in the direction of Kevin Mahoney?
I did.
And did you see him carrying the gun at shoulder height?
Yes.
And was he walking in a very determined manner?
Yes.
And
yes.
And from that, you made certain conclusions about what he was doing?
Yes. Because then when I looked up at him and he looked at me, at that moment, there was a person on the ramp and that person moved. And that's when he saw that person on the ramp and shot directly at that person. I know now that that's Traylana. Did I say her name correctly? I didn't know that at the time. That person had on a long black coat and they moved. And as soon as they moved, he saw her move and shot right at her. And yes.
Can I interrupt you for a sec? So you said you see her and you knew it to be a woman.
No, I didn't really actually know. It just was a person with a coat, a long black coat. And I didn't know if it was a man or a woman. I'm sorry. Okay.
No, it's okay. And you now know it to have been a woman.
Yes.
And you now know it to have been Trelona Bacovia.
Trelona, yes.
You said she started to move, and as she started to move, the gunman looked in her direction.
Right at her, yes. And it seemed like, I mean, he shot at what was moving, yes. And so he had the gun up and he shot right at her. And I believe it seemed like he wounded her because she had fallen and then tried to get up.
And I'm going to ask you about that in a second.
Okay.
Right before the gunman saw her move, was that when he was looking at you in your car?
Yes, for a split second, yes.
How far, and I know distance could be hard, but how far was he from the ramp, the pedestrian ramp, when he took that first shot at her, at the person? And if it's easier, you can use something in the courtroom. So for example, you're sitting there,
Right.
you could say it's
Probably from me to the doors, I would say, to the court doors right there. So I don't know, what is that, 30 feet? Is that 30 feet? Maybe, yeah.
between 30 to 35 feet.
Yeah, about that, I think. And then he shot, I think he wounded her the first time, obviously, because she tried to get up.
So can you tell the jury what you saw next, please?
She grabbed onto the ramp, like the hand railing, because it was a handicap ramp, and she tried to pull herself up. And she was struggling. She was trying to move and trying to get away. And then he walked over to her and shot her point blank. And I believe that's what killed her because she kind of bounced.
Section.
Oh, sorry.
Sustained.
So let me ask you a couple of questions, okay?
Okay.
So you see the gunman shoot at her from the distance you described,
Yes.
which is on the pedestrian ramp. You thought she was wounded. Was that because she went to the ground?
Yeah, that initially knocked her down and then she tried to get up.
And how was she trying to get herself up?
She was holding onto the ramp or holding onto the handlebars and pulling herself, trying to get up.
And by handlebars, do you mean the railing that runs alongside the
Yes.
pedestrian ramp?
Yeah, it was like a railing. Yes, she was holding onto the railing.
So she starts to pull herself up. What'd the gunman do at that point?
Again, he still had the gun up and was walking straight towards her. Like very determined, very like a robot, just straight towards her without hesitation.
So you described him again as determined. You also mentioned he looked like a robot. What do you mean by that?
I would say just kind of expressionless and very much like he knew, just focused, very like he was going straight towards her, you know, right? Exactly. I mean, it just on a path right towards her.
And could you see or detect any emotion on his face?
No, motionless and right. You know, just very determined and focused on her at that moment.
And then he closed the distance to her?
Yes, quickly, and went right towards her.
And you mentioned he shot her point blank at that point.
Yes,
From where you were sitting in your car, where did it appear he shot her on her body?
it appeared in the face or the head.
And you mentioned a bounce. What are you referring to?
Well, her body bounced off the concrete.
Where did the gunman go from there, from what you could tell?
As soon as he shot her in the head, he had the gun still raised, and he walked straight into the store. And it was just a couple steps and went right in. The automatic doors opened and he walked right into the store, and then the automatic doors closed.
So what'd you do then, Ms. Jacobson?
It was wild. My brain said, go.
Objection. Non-responsive.
What were you thinking at that moment, Ms. Jacobson?
Go, leave. And
So what'd you do then?
so again, I was parked on a diagonal. And for some reason, I thought if I would have backed out and gone the way that, you know, that your car is supposed to leave, that I would have ran over.
Objection, non-responsive. Overruled.
You can go on.
Okay, I thought that Kevin was to my left. So I thought I might run over him.
And by Kevin, you mean,
Mr. Mahoney, Kevin Mahoney.
and can I ask you a couple questions?
Yeah.
And when you say that he was to your left and you might run over him, is that because you believed he was down on the ground at that point?
Yes.
So instead of going in that direction, what direction did you go?
So I made like a 20-point turn, and I like made this crazy point turn and went actually around which we know now is the refrigeration truck. And I also didn't want to go in front of the store, because the store had these huge windows, these big glass windows. And for some reason, I was just like, if I drive in front of these windows, he went through the doors and he was right by the big windows. So I didn't know if he would like shoot
So,
out the windows
so did you have concerns about driving in the front?
in front of the store. Yeah. So I went around and came out the exit. It's like the far west exit, you know, out of the store.
So you make that what you describe as like a 20-point crazy turn to head the
Right.
other way.
Yes. And I
And then-
passed right behind the refrigeration truck. And I looked at it. I like started to take pictures of everything around me in my head. No actual pictures. I was like, okay. And I looked at the clock. I looked at, you know, where the woman on the ramp. I looked at, I said, okay, it was it was a refrigeration truck. I just started to kind of take mental pictures of what I saw, and then
Can I ask you?
left the store.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt.
No, it's okay.
What was your mental picture of the work van as you went by it? Did you see any damage to it?
Not from the back. No, I didn't see any damage to the back. I just saw it was a refrigeration truck, and I was like, okay, refrigeration truck.
And then how about as you went past the van?
No, I didn't notice any damage. Not in the back of the truck.
And as you're pulling out of the parking lot, what do you see happening?
So I think that there was a officer that jumped the curb, and I don't know if it was Officer Talley's.
So let me stop you for
Yeah.
once.
Yeah.
Your Honor, if I could just.
Yeah.
When you say an officer jumped the curb, do you mean a police car?
Yes.
And you can only describe what you actually saw.
Right.
And I might ask you what you think at certain points, but unless I ask you that, just tell us what you actually saw.
It was
okay?
the police car, jumped the curb. It like hit the curb
Heading in which direction?
towards King Supers.
Where'd you go immediately upon leaving the parking lot?
So I turned onto Table Mesa heading east, and every light was green. And I was, screaming, like, because there were people that were doing everyday normal things, like walking.
Objection,
Oh,
non-responsive.
sorry.
Sustain.
There were people around.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
No, it's okay. Based on that, I just have to ask you another question. It's okay.
Sure.
So you're driving
East,
and which direction you're heading?
east on Table Mesa.
And where were you going to head to at that point?
My partner lives on Ingram,
And how far is that from King Supers?
less than 2 minutes.
And as you're in the car, what's going through your mind?
Oh my God. I can't believe what I just saw.
And how quickly did you get to your partner's place?
Less than 2 minutes, I would say.
What'd you do after you got out of the car there?
I was hysterical and I ran into his house.
Was he home?
He was, yes.
And what'd you do soon after arriving in there?
I was screaming and he didn't understand what I was saying. But then we heard sirens, lots and lots of sirens. And I screamed, "Give me a piece of paper. I need a piece of paper and a pencil."
And what was the reason you asked for a piece of paper and a pencil, Ms. Jacobson?
I said, "I want to write all this down, what I just saw."
And did you do that?
I did.
Did you then later turn those things over to investigators?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, sir.
I just handed you two exhibits, 306 and 307.
Mhm.
Looking at 306 first. What is 306 a photograph of?
So this is what I just referred to as the map that I made immediately when I went into my partner. His name is Alan. When I went into Alan's house,
How would you describe your emotional state when you're making this map?
I was pretty hysterical, but I knew that I wanted to write down as much details as I could remember immediately.
And how about 307?
So that's the back of the piece of paper.
What'd you write on the back?
I just wrote down, I wrote down the time, so it was 2:30. And I tried to write exactly what I saw, exactly what I saw.
And would that aid you in explaining to the jury what you saw?
Sure, yes, okay, yes,
These were both what you wrote immediately after you arrived.
immediately, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, people move to omit 306 and 307 in evidence.
Objection.
Admitted.
I'm going to put 306 on the screen, so it's on the screen next to you, but also behind you. Ms. Jacobson, if you feel comfortable and if the judge says it's okay, there's a pointer
I see, yes,
actually pulls out, so it
Mhm.
extends. It's tricky.
yes, okay.
But if you could show the jury, what are we looking at here? And this is the jury's first time seeing this, so just take your time and walk us through what you wrote down. You got to your partner's house.
Okay. Can you hear me? Okay. So here's Kings. King Supers, I just call Kings. This would be Treylana, I don't want to say her name correctly, because she had a black coat on. And here's like the ramp. She was on the ramp, but I just put it right there. Here's obviously the door. He went into the store, shot woman in the leg, and then walked up and shot her in the head. That's what I just explained to you. I guess we could start from the beginning where this would be the food storage. I guess I heard 3 shots. Broken window. I wrote gunshots through the windshield, and this is how I saw him walk around. This is where he shot Kevin. Shot man. I didn't know it was Kevin. This is where the cart return usually was, so this is why I thought he walked around. And this is where I saw him. So here's me, and this is where we kind of made eye contact. And this is where from here to here is about that 30 feet that we just explained. I saw him pick up the huge gun and shoot like it. In my mind, it was fake. It just seemed like this was fake. I don't know how to explain it. For a brief period of time, I actually thought this was fake. like when I was just trying to make sense of it and I was crying and I was like, maybe this was fake, maybe the gun was fake. It was obviously it's not fake.
So can I ask you a
Yes.
couple questions?
Yes,
And does it appear that you wrote northeast, west, south on the map?
yes,
So
yes.
just get us oriented to that if you could.
Yeah, so here's the mountains. This would be the mountains. Here's Table Mesa, the street, here's north, here's east. Is my partner with, he lives down Table Mesa east. Here's south where Kings is, and then this is a road. This is the road that I took out. And then you just kind of go this way, and then to make that Creighton 20-point turn, I didn't go this way because I thought I'd run over Kevin. So I did, and the cars were diagonal here. I went like this, like choo, 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 and went around this way and went out onto Table Mesa.
Okay. And the only thing that I would follow up on is which car did you write to designate as Kevin Mahoney's car?
Man. I didn't, at the time, I just didn't know. I was like, the man next to me, the man. There was a man next to me, I kept saying.
Sure. And which car did you designate as your car?
Me, the man.
And then
Yeah.
you put some other cars where you're.
Yeah, there was car, there's,
And then just one clarifying question for you. You said food storage. Are you referring to that work truck that you saw?
yes.
Have a seat if you like.
Okay.
Thank you. And Your Honor, may I move to 307 on the screen?
Yes, sir.
What are we looking at on the back of the paper which you wrote up?
So then I think I started just writing exactly what I thought he looked like. I thought he was probably 5'5". He was stocky. He had blue jeans on. It was a huge rifle. It was loud. He had a gray vest. It was bulletproof vest, maybe. He had brown, short, curly hair. And then I thought I saw something orange on the gun. I don't know. I thought, again, that there's so many things happening and so many chemicals being dumped, in my brain. Like,
So let me ask you about that. You did recall, based on what you wrote down there, something orange on the shooter's gun.
Mhm.
Do you recall in your mind where it was?
I thought it was, I don't know. I thought it might have been towards the front of the gun, which made me think it was fake. That's why, because I thought, how like cap guns have orange things on them. So I thought, oh my God, maybe it is a high powered bean bag gun. I don't know why. I know that's so crazy, but I thought maybe this is just like a big fake, because I thought I saw something orange,
Sustained.
but I.
No, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Another question.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Ms. Jacobson. That's my fault. I'm just going to ask you a couple more questions, okay?
Okay.
So you saw something orange about the gunman's rifle.
Yes, I thought I did. Yes.
And at some point during all this, did you realize, in fact, it wasn't fake? It was actually very real?
Oh, yes, I did. Right away. I knew that it wasn't.
How old did the shooter appear to be to you?
I didn't think he would, I thought he was maybe in his 30s. I didn't think he looked very old.
You recall telling the police he looked to be about 21 years old?
Oh, yeah. I mean, he didn't, yeah.
Did he, from where you saw him, seem confused at all?
Judge, objection, calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
Overruled.
Confused. He looked more, I felt like he was more determined in what he was doing. I mean,
And how would you describe his pace, the manner in which he was moving?
when I saw him, he was moving, he was very focused in what he was doing. So he was,
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustained.
How did he appear while he was moving, Ms. Jacobson?
almost like a hunter,
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
like it was,
Sustained. Do you have
so,
another question?
Sure, it's okay.
I think you've answered all the questions, Ms. Jacobson, and I appreciate you being here. So thank you. I have
Thank
nothing
you.
further, Your Honor.
Judge, no cross-examination.
All right, thank you. You are excused and you're released from the subpoena.
Thank you.
Judge, the people would call Maggie Montoya.
You want to retrieve the exhibit? Hi there. Just walk around the front there and then make your way to that chair. And I will swear you in before you're seated. You raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury any testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, great, thank you. Have a seat. And please get real close to that microphone and you can adjust it, pull it down. Great, thank you.
Go ahead and introduce yourself to the jury and tell us how to spell your last name.
I'm Margareta Montoya, or Maggie. My last name is Montoya. Montoya.
Tell the jury what you do.
I currently,
Yes.
currently I am a recent graduate and a professional runner.
When you say you're a recent graduate, where'd you graduate from?
University of Southern California. My master's in public health.
Have you gone to work after getting your master's?
Currently looking for jobs.
When you say you're a runner, talk a little bit about that.
It's what brought me out to Boulder. I run professionally for Solomon. I worked in the pharmacy for a long time because it was a job that was helpful for me to pursue my goal in running.
When you say running's why you came to Boulder, why did you come to Boulder?
It's a great place to run. It's where my team is. It's a beautiful place.
What team are you on?
Roots Running Project.
Do you run internationally?
I was going to, but I decided not to do a race that was going to be last weekend with this coming up.
You said that you were working in the pharmacy. It was a good job for what you wanted to do. What was your job in the pharmacy?
I was a pharmacy technician.
And what pharmacy did you work at?
With King Supers, I started out at Table Mesa, and then I worked in a couple other stores helping out.
When did you start in the pharmacy at the Table Mesa store?
August of 2018.
Were you working on March 22nd of 2021, the date of this incident?
I was.
Can you describe a little bit about what your job was that day?
That day, I believe we were doing immunizations, and so I got there around 10:30 that day, and I was helping at the intake table to check people in for their vaccines.
When you say immunizations of vaccines, we're talking about COVID?
COVID, flu, anything, but mostly COVID.
So what is the check-in process that you were helping with?
People would come up to the counter. Oftentimes, I think at that time they had to have an appointment. It was pretty early on in the immunization process. And so people were coming in, letting us know that they were there. We were getting their paperwork.
At that front counter, were you helping anybody when this all started?
Yes, I was there. I was I was checking in some patients, and I was there with Sherry, the store manager, and her sister.
What was the first thing to let you know there was a situation?
There was a loud noise. Didn't understand what it was, and it wasn't until Sherry yelled out "active shooter" that I kind of was able to wrap my head around what was going on.
Let's start with the loud noise. What did it sound like?
A lot of banging.
When you say a lot of banging, was it more than one noise?
Yeah, it was like a rapid noises. Rapid.
So multiple loud noises.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
And then you said You weren't sure what it was until Sherry said something. Who's Sherry?
Sherry was our store manager at 33.
Would that be Sherry Bozeman?
Yes.
Where was Sherry at when she said something?
She was at the check-in counter at the pharmacy.
And the check-in counter, is that like back in the pharmacy or in front of the pharmacy? Where is it at?
Right in front of the pharmacy. It was near the employee stairwell.
So you said Sherry yelled active shooter. What did you do when she said that?
I turned and ran for the counseling room.
Where's the counseling room?
It was off to the side of the pharmacy. It's where we walked in to enter the pharmacy.
When you say where you walked in to enter the pharmacy, can you kind of describe how the pharmacy's set up?
So this is the front of the store. This was where like the check-in counter was, and then we had a row of windows, and then this was the other window where people would come to pick up their prescriptions. And then off to that side was the entrance for the pharmacy.
And so you ran into the entrance to the pharmacy?
Yeah, I ran behind the pharmacy counter because that's where the pharmacist was standing, and then ran into the room.
Who was the pharmacist?
We had two pharmacists that day. It was Carrie and Sarah.
So after you get behind the counter back into the pharmacy, where did you go?
Into the counseling room.
So describe this counseling room that you've mentioned.
It's where we do our immunizations. It's from the outside, it's locked. It can only be entered in by a pharmacist who has the key and code. And then on the other, there's two doors. And then on the other, there's a door to get into the counseling room, and then the door to get into the pharmacy.
And so that is a secure room that people can't access?
Not without the proper keys or codes.
Did anybody go into the counseling room with you?
Carrie did?
Anyone else in the counseling room when you and Carrie got there?
No.
Describe what happened after you were in the counseling room.
I called 911, and then I gave up on calling 911 and called my parents.
Okay. What were you hearing during this time?
A lot of commotion outside, still shooting. It was really loud for a long time.
Could you hear people?
I could hear people. I couldn't hear anything in particular besides just a lot of people scrambling.
How long did the shooting go on?
It's kind of a time dilation. It seems like it lasted forever. It probably went on for like 15 minutes, maybe, when it was loud and chaotic and consistent, and then it kind of quieted out for a while.
After it quieted out for a while, did you then hear more shooting at some point?
Yes.
Can you tell us how many shots during that second time you heard gunfire?
It was probably a couple rapid shots, and then quiet again, and then another set of rapid shots. But there was the initial round of firing, and then quiet, and then more.
And this whole time, you said that you tried to call 911, gave up, and called your parents?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
What else are you doing during this time while you're hiding in the counseling room?
I was hiding. Carrie had a chair. She was holding it, prepared for any eventual situation. We had a lot of calls where people were still trying to call our pharmacy, and so we were trying to hang up on those.
Why?
Well, we were worried that if the phones kept ringing, it would alert to that. It would bring attention to the pharmacy, but there was also the worry that if we hung up on them, there was the possibility that someone would know that we were still back there. But we chose to hang up on them. But we took that upon us in that room because knowing where our colleagues were, probably in the other part of the pharmacy, they didn't have access to the phones.
About how many people were working in the pharmacy that day?
The people in the pharmacy, there was 5 of us, and there was another person who I believe was upstairs.
But it's just you and Carrie in the
Counseling room, yes.
You don't know where everybody else went or where everybody else was?
The other 3 people that were in the pharmacy were in the back of the pharmacy near where our medications are stocked.
So at some point, did you hear announcements being made over a loudspeaker?
Yes.
What were the nature of those announcements?
It was that the building was surrounded. They wanted to surrender. I feel like I heard that a few times intermittently, and then like people on the roof.
Okay. After hearing those announcements, did you hear somebody inside the store say something?
Yes, I heard the person who was the shooter saying that they were surrendering, that they were naked. I just heard that a couple times, and it sounded near us. But that was the only person I heard after the initial commotion.
And the pharmacy is on the east end of the store,
Yes.
near aisle 21.
Yes.
After you heard the person saying, "I surrender, I'm naked," did you hear anything else?
Not for a long time. I don't know how well the communications in and out of the store were. I did hear that statement more than once, though.
The "I surrender, I'm naked" statement?
Yes.
And then did you hear more commands being given by what sounded like police officers?
Yes, I heard more just along the lines of like surrender, like get the place surrounded.
Okay. Did you hear police officers giving him commands on what to do at some point?
When they came in, I definitely heard the commands of like what they were ordering.
What were they telling him?
I think it was just like arm. I couldn't name exactly what it was, but it's along the lines of like just like a surrender, making sure that there was nothing that was going to happen again.
At some point, did it sound like things had concluded and that the individual was in custody?
Yes.
How did you know that?
Because we heard like we could hear the commotion outside that they were taking someone out, and then we heard the people announcing that eventually came into the pharmacy telling us that it was secure, but also ordering us to stay in line, I guess.
When you say the people that later came into the pharmacy, were those police officers?
Police officers, SWAT, I'm not sure, but law enforcement.
Did you hear any of the police officers or SWAT team members say anything about aisle 21?
I heard that they found weapons, that they found like the weapons over there.
You heard the police officers say that they had found weapons on aisle 21?
Yeah, I can't remember if they named 21, but I know that like they said like the weapons are over here, and that's over by where the pharmacy was.
Judge, I don't have any further questions for Ms. Montoya.
I just have a couple brief questions. Can we have People's Exhibit 2 put up, please? Good morning, Ms. Montoya.
Hi.
I just have a couple questions. I'm a visual person, and so when you're explaining where you were, it was kind of hard for me to understand. So I'm going to put up an exhibit behind you that's already been introduced to the jury and just have you show us where you are. That's all my questions are going to be, okay?
Okay.
So just give us 1 minute, okay? And there's a pointer right in front of you. It should be with an orange. Yes, that'll be helpful for you to be able to show us. All right, so do you see what's been previously admitted as People's Exhibit 2?
Yes.
Okay, and in this picture, it's a photograph of King Soopers, and we can see in the far right corner, it's the pharmacy. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then can you just point to us where you were when you were first notified that there was a shooter in the store?
I was at this counter right here.
Okay, and then when you ran into the counseling room, can you show us kind of where you went into the counseling room and where the counseling room is?
Yes, this is the counseling room. This is the door into the counseling room that can only be accessed by the pharmacist. And then this is the door into the pharmacy. So this is the only way in and out of the pharmacy. I ran back here and then ran into the counseling room.
Okay, and you told us that along with yourself, was it Carrie who went into the counseling room with you?
Yes.
And then it was your understanding that everyone else who was working in the pharmacy went to the back of the pharmacy. Is that correct?
Yeah, they were somewhere back here. I'm not sure exactly where, but I know that they definitely weren't where they could be visible.
would you agree that you and Carrie were closer to where the shooter would have been than the other people who were in the pharmacy?
I would believe so, just due to being by the door, but it's hard to tell. I didn't have a visual.
Absolutely. But that counseling room is at the front part of the pharmacy next to the aisles where we know the shooter was.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Ms. Montoya, can you just point out where aisle 21 is?
Right here.
Thank you, Judge. No further questions.
All right, you're excused and you're also released from your subpoena. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next witness.
Judge, if people would call Sarah Chen.
Hi, Miss Jen, if you'll just come around to your left here, please. And then, yeah, make your way just around to the, where that chair is pointing, or I'll swear you in before you have a seat. You could raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that any testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you. Please have a seat. Make yourself comfortable. And get real close to that microphone, and you can adjust it so that it's comfortably in front of you.
Your Honor, before Mr. Kuffner starts, may we approach?
Yes, ma'am.
Introduce yourself to the jury and tell us how to spell your last name.
My name's Sarah, last name Chen, Chen.
Ms. Chen, can you tell the jury how you were employed for the majority of your life?
I'm a pharmacist for King Soopers.
Kind of describe how your career started and how you started working for King Soopers.
So I started in 2006. I was doing tech and intern work as I was working for my degree in pharmacy. And then in 2011, I became a pharmacist.
And did you work as a pharmacy tech during that whole time when you were going to school from 2006 to 2011?
Tech intern work both, yeah.
Okay. And after you graduated in 2011, where did you go to work?
I ended up in Grand Junction first.
What were you doing in Grand Junction?
I was working for City Market, King Soopers.
Is City Market and King Soopers related?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
And describe how long you were in Grand Junction and what you did.
I worked as a pharmacist for 6 months, and then I transferred back to Colorado Springs for a few months, and then I transferred to the Boulder area.
And all of this is working as a pharmacist for King Soopers
Yes.
or City Market.
Yes.
When you say you transferred back to the Boulder area, that would have been around what year?
2012.
So when you transferred back to Boulder, what were you doing at that point?
I was floating around. So I traveled to all the stores in the district and helped them out, covered leaves.
So you weren't assigned to a single store.
No.
Explain how you would know what store you were supposed to go to on any day.
There's a scheduler that gives us 2-week schedule. and we just, we work off that schedule.
How did you feel about being a floater?
I liked it.
Why did you like it?
I wasn't stuck at one store. I got to meet a lot more people.
About how many stores were you floating at as a pharmacist when you came back to the Boulder area?
I believe there was around 13 stores.
So you get a couple weeks schedule, you might be at this store for a few days, at another store for a few days, and it was always something a little different.
Yes,
Were you working on the date of the shooting at the Table Mesa King Supers, March 22nd of 2021?
I was.
Do you remember about what time you came to work that day?
I came in early. I clocked in around 2:15.
What time were you supposed to come in?
I believe I was supposed to come in at 2:30.
Describe that process when you get there as one of these floating pharmacists. What would you do when you clocked in?
Because I didn't have a set of keys, I would need to get a head clerk to come in and get me a set of keys.
Okay. When you say you needed to get a set of keys, explain what that means.
So I don't have keys to open or close the pharmacy, and I would have to close the pharmacy at the end of the day. And so the keys are stored in the booth in the back of the back of the store, and only head clerks had keys to get into that safe.
Was that because you were a floater?
Yes,
A pharmacist that was assigned to that single store would have their own set of keys?
yes,
Because you were at a different store, different days, you would always have to get a set of keys to be able to lock up.
yes,
Now, the pharmacy was already open when you got there, right,
Mhm.
at 2:15?
yes,
And it was just to be prepared for the end of the day when you would be the last pharmacist leaving?
mhm, yes.
So had you gotten the keys at the time the shooting started?
I did.
Explain what that was like on this day.
So Ricky went in and got me my keys, and I walked in, took off my coat, got on my lab coat, walked inside, and I was just talking to Carrie about my time off when the technicians, Kimmy, came over and told us there was an active shooter.
Want to back up to getting the keys. Where were you at when you got the keys from Ricky?
We were in the booth.
When you say the booth, what booth do you mean?
It's a locked room behind the service desk,
So like behind customer service?
behind customer service, and I believe on the side of the pharmacy.
That would be the location where the extra keys were kept?
Yes,
And as the head clerk, Ricky would have been the one that had access to them?
yes.
How well did you know Ricky?
Not too well, but I've met her a few times. She's gotten my keys a few times.
What were your interactions like with her when she got your keys?
We said hi, we asked each other how we were doing, that sort of thing. Sometimes we talked about some of the customers we were dealing with.
So you went to the pharmacy and you say Kimmy was the one that alerted you guys to some kind of an incident. Do you remember specifically what she said?
I don't, because I was just shocked. I know I saw Carrie and Maggie leave and go into the counseling room, and I stood there for a long time, not knowing what to do. And like, finally, I just said, "Doug, you have to duck."
Okay. You said duck, you have to duck.
I didn't say it, it was in my mind.
So what did you do?
So I finally ducked.
Were you hearing anything at that
I
point?
leaned up. I was in the counter right up front, well, right behind all the registers. And so I was listening.
So you were at the counter, you never ran anywhere or fled to any other
Make
location?
sure I did move.
Okay. But initially you just ducked down behind the counter,
Mhm.
yes?
Yes,
What are you hearing at this point?
I'm hearing a lot of gunshots.
Can you tell if they're inside or outside the store?
I believe they were inside, but I couldn't really tell.
Can you give us an idea for how many gunshots you heard?
A lot. I wasn't counting. I just heard a lot of gunshots.
Were there breaks in between the shots or was it like continual? Describe like how they were spaced out.
There were small breaks, I think,
And then at some point I heard a lot of metal clanging.
Right.
And I was like, that must be, because I was trying to figure out where he could possibly be. It was like, it could possibly be he's pushing a bunch of carts together.
Were you listening for anything else to let you know if he was in the area of the pharmacy while you were hiding?
I was listening to the to see if I could hear any plexiglass, because I knew we were surrounded by plexiglass.
When you say surrounded by plexiglass, what do you mean?
Because of the COVID, they had strung up a bunch of plexiglass to separate us from the customers.
Was the pharmacy itself locked?
Yes, it was there was a locked door.
So how was the only way somebody could have gotten to you?
He would have to pull out the plexiglass and climb the counter.
So you were listening to see if the plexiglass was moving or there was any activity at the plexiglass, because as long as it wasn't, you were safe.
I was there.
At some point, did you become aware of the location of the shooter?
No. Like I said, I thought he was right by the shopping carts because all I heard was a lot of metal clanging.
At some point, could you hear somebody talking during this time?
I did. I heard yelling. And at first I couldn't hear what he was saying, but I listened more closely and I heard him screaming, "This is fun. This is fun." And I listened more closely because I couldn't believe, I doubted, how could anyone be screaming this? And I heard, "This is such fun. This is such fun." I thought everyone else heard it too, because he said it so many times. When Brandon was being questioned in the
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You say he said it so many times. He said it at least 3 or 4 times?
at least,
How did you know he was close to the pharmacy at that point?
because I could hear him.
At any point, did you hear the plexiglass move?
No,
At some point, you said you moved. Where did you move to?
well, I moved to the back of the store because I didn't want to be dug down. I wanted to be able to move. So I know that the back of the store had a chair, a bench a stool that I could put over my shoulder. I could be able to put that over my shoulder, and those aisles in the back face the wall and filing cabinets. He's going to have to come down. I would see him. I felt safer that way
Why did you want the bench or the chair?
because we were entertainment. I didn't want to die not having done anything.
You wanted to use it as a weapon if he came into the
If I
pharmacy?
could.
And when you said you moved to the back of the store, was it the back of the pharmacy or like the back of the big store?
It was the back of the pharmacy.
Is there a door to get out to the
No.
outside of the back of the pharmacy?
No,
Did you hear more shots?
I think I did. And then it got very, very quiet, and I just held my position and just listened and just waited.
While you were holding your position and listening, did you hear anything else?
It felt like lots of phones ringing.
Right.
It was very irritating, but lots of phones just kept ringing.
Okay. Did you hear the person that was outside the area of the pharmacy say anything else after that?
I didn't hear anything until I heard the officers come.
Okay. What did you hear the officers? How did you know the officers were there?
Well, I heard a lot of thumping on the ceiling. Then I heard dogs. I don't know if there were dogs because I didn't see dogs when I went out,
Okay.
but I heard dogs. And then I heard, some officers over the loudspeaker telling him he was surrounded and to surrender.
Okay. And then what's the next thing you heard?
The next thing I heard was him saying, I surrender. I'm naked. I surrender. Don't shoot. And then he said it again. He said, I surrender. I'm naked. I'm unarmed. Don't shoot. And then I think at some point he thought the officer was still going to shoot him. And he said, I surrender. I'm unarmed. Don't shoot. Do I need to take off my underwear?
What happened after that?
After that, I think he surrendered, and then someone from the SWAT jumped our counter. He jumped a higher counter. He pulled off the plexiglass and jumped a higher counter. And then someone on the other side, one of his colleagues said, did you know there's a lower counter on this side? And then they jumped over. They told us to put our hands up. They patted us down and they took us out of the pharmacy.
Were you nervous about coming here to testify today?
Really,
You were really nervous?
really nervous.
What did you do yesterday as a result of being nervous?
Not a whole lot. I sat around. I was doing embroidery.
Okay. While you were sitting around, did you try and look in on the trial a little bit?
I did do a little bit of the live streaming just to see how it goes.
Okay. Why did you do the live streaming?
I just wanted to see how things were being done, just to get myself a little prepared.
Okay. And you understood you weren't supposed to watch what other witnesses were saying,
Yes,
but
I
you
didn't
did that.
realize that until I saw the little disclaimer on the side there. Yeah,
When you say the disclaimer on the side, where?
it said that if on the side of the screen underneath the courtrooms, it said if you're a witness and if there's a procedure or something, you probably should not be watching this. You should shut it off and let the attorneys know.
How long did you watch it for?
Not too long.
How long do you think?
I had it on. I wasn't paying a lot of attention because it was a lot of stuff I didn't understand about guns and firearms and all. I
What time of day were you listening?
think it was around 10 or so,
10 yesterday morning?
I think.
Anything you heard when you were listening to the live stream that influenced your testimony or changed anything from what you've said before?
No.
I don't have any further questions, Judge.
I have no questions, Mr. Chen.
All right, thank you. You are excused and you're also released from your subpoena.
Thank you.
And we'll break for lunch, hour and a half. See you back in here at about 1:30. Thank you.
Judge, will you just remind them of the end?
The admonition.
Yes, thank you.
Don't talk to anyone. Don't let anyone talk to you. Don't do any research on anything related or related cases. Don't express an opinion. Don't form an opinion. And yeah, now you can go. Thank you, Ms. Harrell. Thank you. Are you calling Sergeant Happy?
Oh, I think we can. So then everything feeling public. So it's the interesting time.
I couldn't agree with you more.
So yeah, he's already been called off. And I think people on time.
Okay, so bona fide and
It's one of you case yours.
All rise.
Thank you. Please be seated. We're good to go, folks?
The people are, Your Honor, yes.
Your Honor.
Thank
Please
you.
go get the three. All right, you may be seated. And Mr. Dougherty, your next witness, please.
Your Honor, the people call Stephanie Sears to the stand.
Hi, Ms. Spears, if you'll just make your way, bless you. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury any testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Thank you. Just be seated.
Good afternoon.
good afternoon.
Can you please state your full name, spelling your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is Stephanie Sears, last name Sears.
How are you currently employed?
I am currently employed with the United States Postal Inspection Service as a forensic computer analyst.
When did you start with the United States Postal Inspector Service?
I started with them in August of 2024.
So recently.
Yes.
And where are you based out of now?
I am based out of Houston, Texas.
Did you travel up to Boulder to testify at this trial?
Yes, I did.
And what kind of work are you going to be doing with the United States Postal Inspector Service?
I will be extracting and analyzing digital evidence for federal cases being investigated by the Postal Inspection Service.
And I should ask, what does the Postal Inspector Service do for those that may not know?
The Postal Inspection Service is the law enforcement branch of the United States Postal Service.
And you started working with them in August of 2024.
Yes, sir.
Where did you work prior to that?
Prior to that, I was with the Boulder Police Department.
I'm going to ask you to share with the jury a little bit about your background in terms of your education and then career path, and then I have some questions for you.
Yes.
So where'd you go to school?
I went to college at the University of Miami.
When did you graduate?
I graduated in May of 2010.
And before I walk you through your work experience after that, what certifications do you have currently?
Currently, I have a magnet. I am a magnet certified forensic examiner, and that was obtained in May of 2020. I am a Celebrite certified mobile examiner, and that was obtained in June of 2020. I am a certified forensic computer expert, and that was obtained in October of 2021. And I am a certified gray key operator obtained in November of 2023.
Can I ask you a few follow-up questions about those?
Yes.
What does it mean to be a magnet forensic qualified individual?
Magnet is the name of one of the digital forensic tools that I commonly use in my role with the Boulder Police Department.
And how about Celebrite? You mentioned Celebrite. What is that?
Celebrite is another company and a forensic tool that is widely used in digital forensic analysis and extractions. Celebrite specifically, more particularly, focuses on mobile data.
What is gray key?
And gray key is another forensic tool that is used oftentimes by digital forensic examiners.
So I'd like to take the jury through your background and work experience leading up to what you work on currently, okay?
Yes.
When did you first start with the Boulder Police Department?
I was hired with the Boulder Police Department in January of 2011.
Can you tell the jury about the process that you went through to become a member of the Boulder Police Department?
Yes. I was hired and went to a police academy at Adams County for approximately 6 months in 2011. Once completing police academy, I had several months of police officer training on the streets. Once I completed that training, I became a patrol officer in the city of Boulder.
And can you walk us through your experience with the Boulder PD, starting with your time as a patrol officer?
Yes, as a patrol officer, I maintained several additional collateral duties during that time. One of those being a crisis negotiation member of our SWAT team. And then in January of 2017, in my career with Boulder, I applied for and was selected to become a detective. And so I started that role with general crimes in January 2017.
We're going to come to that in just a moment, but what does it mean to be a member of the crisis negotiation team with SWAT?
Yes, as a negotiator, the primary responsibility is there are a couple of roles, but primarily if there is an incident in which the SWAT team is called to the scene, negotiators attempt to make contact with and communicate with the suspect or suspects. We also interview witnesses, gather intelligence information to help the tactical members.
I believe you said you were promoted to detectives in 2017.
Yes, that's correct.
And what work did you start doing as a detective with the Boulder Police Department at that point?
I was assigned to investigate general crimes, primarily property crimes, also death investigations, really any type of investigation any type of case that required additional investigation.
And at some point during your law enforcement career, did you start to become more interested in and engaged in computer and digital forensic analysis?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jury about that?
Yes, there became a vacancy in our cyber crimes position within detectives the end of 2018 that I applied for and was selected for. And upon receiving that position or being assigned to that position, I began many hours of training to gather the skills and specialized knowledge required for that role.
So can you walk us through that professional education and training that you just referenced?
Yes. Initially, I started out with Celebrate training and took several courses in there. Their mobile forensics fundamentals, just starting off with that Celebrate certified operator course, Celebrate physical analyzer course. And then once I also attended a advanced Celebrate course after completing those. And all of those are requirements to then apply for and test to be a Celebrate certified mobile examiner. And then I also went through training with Magnet and then completed my certification with Magnet forensic tool.
In addition to those, did you have trainings on cellular, records analysis and also cyber investigations?
Yes, I did. I had training through a company called ZX to obtain and review call detail records, which are provided by cellular companies.
Did you also then attend a training that was entitled Incident Response Analysis Training?
Yes, I did.
And what was that about?
That training is anytime there is an incident that occurs, how to respond to that and gather the appropriate evidence, particularly as it relates to digital items.
Have you ever served as an instructor or teacher in these areas?
Yes, I have. Approximately a year ago in August of 2023, I taught a course to a group of approximately 50 other detectives from across the state on using hash sets to enhance and streamline investigations. And I have also been a proctor for a command line principles course at the National Computer Forensic Institute.
What organizations do you currently belong to related to this field?
I am currently a member of IASIS, which is the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists.
At some point, as a result of the training and work you put into it, did you become what's called a digital forensics examiner?
Yes, I did.
When was that?
I started in that role part-time, getting experience doing digital extractions and analysis in November of 2018. And I moved to that role full-time in September of 2019.
And how long did you serve in that role for?
I served in that role until I left the Boulder Police Department in June of this year.
So roughly 5 years full-time in that role, plus the time you had part-time.
Yes.
What is the role of a digital forensic examiner?
A digital forensic examiner is tasked with preserving, extracting, and analyzing digital evidence from all items digital, primarily phones and computers. We also will do call detail records, anything that you can think of that is electronic or digital evidence.
So what does an average day as a digital forensics examiner look like?
An average day can include getting requests from detectives who have open cases with digital evidence. They request the extraction, for example, of a cell phone, and they might provide details of that case if I will be doing the analysis so that I can then look into the extraction results for items pertaining to that case. Same would happen. We get requests for computers, social media. If they have served a search warrant to an internet service provider or a social media account, we will help with that data as well.
So something happens, for example, in someone's living room and they have their laptop open and their cell phone there, and a detective takes both of those things. You mentioned a search warrant. What would the process be for that?
Yes, we, as a digital forensic examiner, I cannot complete any searches of these items unless search authority is obtained, which can be done via consent, or a search warrant, which is oftentimes written by the investigating detective.
And assuming for a moment the detective in the living room scenario obtains the authorization from the court, they would then ask you for assistance in looking into the devices?
Yes.
You mentioned assisting detectives with their investigations. Was that just detectives with the Boulder Police Department or detectives and investigators for all of Boulder County?
I was assigned to the Boulder County Digital Forensics Laboratory. And so I worked with a team of detectives and investigators from throughout Boulder County, to include the Boulder Police Department, Longmont Police, the District Attorney's Office, and I'm forgetting, am I forgetting? And Boulder County Sheriff's Office. That's where we were housed.
So each of these agencies have a member of their department or office working out of that lab?
Yes, they do.
And can you just describe for the jury how that lab works for Boulder County?
Yes, I talked about we would receive evidence. We have our own case management system. So the detective or whoever has digital evidence they're looking for us to extract and analyze would submit a request to us, which we would, all members of us in the lab would receive and assign. We generally investigate our own agency's cases. Sometimes when we have cases, larger scale incidents, all hands are on deck and everybody assists. It's kind of the advantage of having more than just me in the lab.
And are you going to be doing a similar kind of work with the U.S. Postal Inspection Service now?
Yes, I am.
How many phones have you worked on during the course of your career?
I would say I've worked on several hundred, approaching 1,000.
How many computers have you worked on during the course of your career?
A couple hundred.
Have you ever testified as an expert?
Yes, I have.
In what particular areas?
As a digital forensic examiner.
Approximately how many times?
2 times prior to this.
Okay. And were those here in Boulder County?
Yes, they were.
Your Honor, at this time I move to qualify Ms. Sears as an expert in computer forensics and analysis, cell phone forensic analysis, data retrieval, and cell devices and analysis.
No objection.
Right, she'll be qualified as an expert in all of those areas.
Thank you, Your Honor. So before we turn to your expert testimony, can I ask you a few questions about March 22nd?
Yes.
Were you working on the day of the mass shooting at King Soopers?
Yes, I was.
Where were you that day?
On that day, I was in the lab. We call it the Boulder County Digital Forensic Lab.
And had you been a member of the Boulder Police Department prior to that?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you just a few questions about that day, okay?
Yes.
Did you end up receiving a call of the active shooter or shooters at King Soopers?
Yes, I was in the lab and received a page, and that page came through. I was still receiving pages as a member of the negotiations team. And at that time, I was not still a member, but received the page still.
So you're no longer with SWAT or the crisis negotiation team, but you were still getting the pages, as you call them. Were those to your phone?
Yes.
So based on the information you were receiving, what did you do?
The page indicated there was an active shooter, and to respond, I was working in the lab that day with who is now Detective Sadara, and him and I both very quickly gathered our equipment and got into a car and drove with our lights and sirens to the scene, while doing so, reviewing what notes we could about the incident.
And by notes, what are you referring to?
The CAD notes and the call notes and listening to the radio traffic.
So by the time you arrived at King Soopers, what information did you have about the incident that was taking place?
I was aware that there were potentially 3 suspects, several civilians down, and an officer down.
Did you know Officer Talley?
Yes, I did.
If you need to take a break at any point, you can just ask, or if you need water, you can just let us know or
Thanks.
grab some, okay?
Thank you.
Sure.
I'm okay.
I'm going to ask you a few questions about what you did at the scene, okay?
Yes.
What role did you take at the King Soopers that day?
When Detective Sonara and I arrived, there were a lot of law enforcement officers on scene. It seemed slightly chaotic, very fluid, a lot of like different information happening. And I noticed right away, just from my training as a negotiator, I didn't see our negotiation operations center. So I happened to find the negotiations team leader, who is Detective Sergeant Brandon Wynn. And I approached him and spoke with him about getting that, we call it, the acronym for it is the knock, getting that to the scene. And I told him I would coordinate getting, it is a mobile van for negotiators to complete their tasks. And I was going to start coordinating that response to the scene.
And during that time, and I'm only going to ask you a few questions about this, but during that time, did someone call in to 911 and at least give the impression that he or she was involved and possibly inside of King Soopers?
Yes, it was, I learned.
401, 403. How did you approach on this one?
Sure.
The objections overruled.
So you learned that someone had called in to 911 and at least had given the impression that they were involved and perhaps within King Soopers.
Yes, I did.
Was it, and as a result, were law enforcement resources dispatched from King Soopers to another location in the city of Boulder?
Yes, they were.
Was it later determined that in fact that person had nothing to do with what was happening in King Soopers despite what he was saying over the phone?
Yes, that's correct.
And were you part of the communications team dealing with that individual during this time period?
One of our other negotiators was communicating with that individual on the phone, but I was made aware of what was being said and how that was, what information was obtained from that.
And were you aware then that Denver SWAT was dispatched to that individual's residence?
Yes, I was aware of that.
What else did you learn on scene and specifically from any King Soopers manager?
Yes, I was asked to speak to a King Soopers manager who had arrived, and he approached me and told me that he had not been inside that store, but that he had remotely recovered some video surveillance from within the store and had that to show and assist the investigation.
Did you watch the video?
Yes, I did.
What'd you see on the video?
The video is 16 seconds long. it shows that a view of register 14, actually between 14 and 15. And at first, there's nobody in the frame. And at approximately 7 seconds, I see a male running in from the lower bottom left on screen in between the registers. And he goes down to the ground. And then he appears at 7 seconds, goes down to the ground at 9 seconds. I observed another individual, the suspect, appear a couple seconds later. The victim, who I now know to be Denny Stong, he fell to the ground and he dropped several items and began crawling away, but there was a cart blocking register 14 and 15. And so he got stuck. And the suspect, as he's walking towards the register with purpose and with a rifle in his hand, and approaches Denny and fires the round. Denny is in a fetal position on the side, trying to get away. And then the suspect disappears out of view of the camera.
Okay. And was part of your job then to take the video and make sure the video was secured and examined as evidence in this case?
Yes, it was.
At some point thereafter, around 5:30 that afternoon, did you leave King Soopers?
Yes, I did.
And where'd you go then, Ms. Sears?
I went to the Boulder Police Department.
And what were the things that you did, just generally speaking, at the Boulder Police Department that evening?
Yes, at the police department, I began working in the role of a digital forensic examiner and trying to identify any phones related to this case. At that time, we were still unsure of the number of suspects, so that became my focus.
And at some point, were you able to locate a phone that was then connected to the shooter from King Soopers?
Yes, I was.
Can you tell the jury just briefly how that process worked, please?
I'm sorry, can you ask the question again?
Sure. How'd you figure out what phone belonged to the shooter? Where was it found? What was done?
Yes. I learned that evening that the suspect's car had been identified in the parking lot and a phone was seen inside of it. And I was informed that the FBI would have a team coming in to complete a search of all evidence at the parking lot and was going to be responsible for collecting that phone that at that time was presumed to be the suspect's phone.
And ultimately, was the phone then recovered and processed according to protocol?
Yes, the phone was recovered and collected as evidence in this case.
And what was done with the analysis of the shooter's phone in the first couple of days?
When I received custody of the phone and the search warrant authorizing a search of the phone, I connected the phone to one of our advanced forensic tools to attempt to obtain an extraction, as is our typical process with any phone. This phone was locked with a 6-digit passcode, and the passcode was unknown. And there's a specific state that we are looking for, trying to preserve evidence to keep the phones in prior to receiving them in our lab. And that is called after first unlock state. And the phone, it was my understanding, came to our lab in that state, which means that it had not lost power prior to coming to my lab.
What's the significance of a phone coming to your lab while it still has power?
There are additional security measures put in place if a phone has died or been turned off. Once a user inputs their passcode or pattern, it unlocks some of the security features that allow the forensic tools a better chance at getting an extraction of the data.
And at that point in time, were you able to do a full extraction of the shooter's phone?
No, I was not. At that time, I was able to obtain a partial file system extraction.
What does that mean?
The partial file system extraction is because I did not have the passcode to unlock the phone, preventing the ability to obtain what would be a full file system extraction.
So let's take a step back from this case for a moment and go back to our living room scenario.
Yes.
Okay. Let's say someone agrees to have the police search their phone and says, you can search it and my password is, and I almost actually just said my password out loud, believe it or not. My password is Bases, B-A-S-E-S. And they give you that password. How is that different for you than when you're trying to get in with the authorization from a search warrant, but not with the passcode?
The tools have built-in capabilities that even I am not, I'll say, privileged enough to know what they're doing behind the scenes to defeat or obtain data. Those are specific privileges of the companies that make those tools. It's what allows their companies to operate successfully.
Celebrite, for example.
Yes.
So using the Celebrite tool, you could try to gain access to a phone when you don't have the password.
Yes, that's correct.
But if you have the password, it's much easier to access the entire phone itself.
Yes, with the passcode, it is easier to be able to unlock that device or provide it to the tool so that you can obtain more data. More data is obtained with a full file system.
Okay, I'm going to come back to the phone in a minute, but were there other computer devices or phones seized in connection with this investigation?
Yes, there were.
And what types of devices were seized?
We ended up bringing in approximately 25 devices into our lab. These included several cell phones, computers, tablets, USB drives, micro SD cards, and PlayStations.
And where were many of these devices seized from?
A lot of these devices were seized from the suspect's residence.
Was that pursuant to a court-authorized search warrant for the suspect's house?
Yes, it was.
And were the devices assigned to different examiners within the Boulder County Digital Forensics Lab?
Yes, they were.
And was each one then required to produce a report of their findings,
Yes.
which is provided to the prosecution and the defense?
Yes, that's correct.
And for those devices that were seized from the house, any relevant results? In other words, anything related to this case that was recovered?
There was nothing significantly relevant to this case on those other devices.
So let's turn back to the phone we started to discuss, okay?
Yes.
Can you tell us more? So you have a phone, physical phone. Just walk the jury through the process of how you end up searching the phone. What's actually happening?
Yeah, my phone examinations begin with obtaining custody of the device. I photograph that to include the packaging. I will open the packaging and observe the phone. What state is it in? Is it still on? Is it powered off? Is the phone in a case or not in a case? Is it dirty, clean? Does it have a protective screen? Is it cracked? I will take photographs of all of that. In this case, I was able to see that start screen to indicate there was a 6-digit passcode on this particular phone. And once I do all of that and have the search authority, then I will connect the phone to one of our tools, forensic tools that can obtain an extraction.
And by extraction, what do you mean?
An extraction is obtaining files or data from the device.
And what are you doing once you gain access to a phone? What are you looking for?
We will, as forensic examiners, receive, hopefully, if you're able to receive an extraction, copy those files, and then we end up using another forensic tool that's capable of parsing those files or putting them into a more user-friendly method of viewing and seeing that data.
And by viewer friendly, what do you mean?
Much friendlier user interface. In this particular case, the extraction was a zipped file. And so the forensic tools are able to unzip that file and run all of their processes to present the data in a readable format. For example, messages on the phone will appear in messages on this user interface, the tool that I'm viewing.
Do you also look for ownership? In other words, who owns the phone?
Yes, I do. In this case, this particular tool identifies preliminary user and owner information. It identifies owner information of that device. And I was able to see that in this particular case.
And we're going to come back to that. What do you do, just generally speaking, with items of evidence or interest that you find on a phone?
Yes, when I am completing an analysis after the extraction is done, I will begin my analysis and as I'm going along, create tags, which is...
Your object at this point, can we approach?
Yes, ma'am. There was no real objection, we just were clarifying things.
So items of interest, something that might be relevant to a case, something that you might believe is germane to a particular case. What is a tag?
That's something that I create in the analysis and I can name. There are also default tags provided by whatever tool I'm using, for example, a default tag of evidence. Another,
Your Honor.
So if I could just rephrase.
Yes, sir.
So these are different tags that you use as you're going through. Let's say the phone from the living room, you find 150 items relevant to the case, whatever that case might be. You tag them so that you can then present them later on in the investigation and prosecution.
that's correct. They're designed to minimize that there can be a significant number of artifacts and items recovered from digital evidence. And it's a way to label or identify and more quickly find those later.
So just a follow-up question on that. Let's say we have that living room case and it's 150 things that you realize have value or some relation perhaps to the case. You tag those because there might be 2,000 pictures that have nothing to do with the case. And when it comes time to present it, you want to be able to identify the 150 that you tagged.
That's a great example.
We're going to come back to this in detail, but how many items did you tag from the shooter's phone? Just the number.
In total, I had about 9,000 tags.
What are cached images?
Cached images appear as a result of the device. They appear because this means that a user has visited, for example, a website, and cached images are designed to improve the user experience and speed up the amount of time it takes to load a web page or an application. And so what will happen on a digital device is if a web page is visited, all of the images on whatever page you're on end up cached in that device. And what happens is when you revisit that web page, it will load faster because your phone has stored those images in another file elsewhere on the phone.
So when you're searching a phone, as you did in this case, are you able to see the images that have come from websites the individual has visited?
Yes, there are many oftentimes in every analysis I do, I come across cached images.
Can you walk the jury through the timing and access that you were able to gain to the shooter's phone? In other words, we started to talk about the complete extraction and when and how that was done. Can you walk the jury through it, please?
Yes. What happened in the days after March 22nd, I was able to obtain that partial file system extraction, at which time myself and other examiners in the lab completed what I would say a preliminary quick view, looking for key and vital points to help with the immediate investigation at that time. At that time, the device was then, after obtaining an extraction, it was moved to our secure storage in the lab and remained connected to power to keep it in the after first unlock state. And I would, throughout the years, reconnect that phone to an advanced forensic tool to see if there had been an update or additional support to allow for a full file system extraction. Additionally, at some time, a technique called brute force was installed on the phone. And this technique will run in the background on a phone that's connected to a charger and remains charging. And it deploys a large combination of values, trying to identify the unknown values, trying to identify the passcode of that device.
So just to make sure I'm clear, you were able to get a partial extraction in the days that immediately followed the mass shooting, but not a complete extraction.
Yes, that's correct.
And then the tools you're using continue to work and try to break into or be able to access the phone to get a full extraction.
That's correct.
And how long was this going on for where the tools you have were trying to get into the phone?
For nearly 3 years.
So tell the jury about that, please.
Every couple of months, I would check on the phone and see, connect it to a tool, confirm that it was still connected to power. And I would also occasionally reach out to support at the forensic tool with the forensic companies to see if there was anything more I could do to try to gain a full file system extraction. And in February of 2024, I happened to be checking on it and observed a message that the passcode had been found.
So the entire time, the computer tools you have are trying to access the phone, and ultimately in February of 2024, they were able to.
During that time, the brute force method was running on the phone itself. Yes.
And in February of 2024, we were able to get a complete extraction of the shooter's phone.
Yes, I was.
Now, we've been referring to it as his phone throughout your testimony thus far. How did you determine it was his phone?
Yes. In addition to the location in which it was found.
That being the car.
Yes, it was in the identified vehicle of the suspect. I also observed the owner information displayed on the phone, indicating the owner name of that phone and the iCloud account associated with that phone.
I hand you two exhibits here.
No, just let me know the last number. Think.
Got a may I approach?
Yes, sir.
Have to take a look at, it's been marked as 318 through 322.
Thank you.
Are exhibits 318 through 324 different things you were able to confirm within the phone to confirm who owned the phone?
Yes, they are.
And do those fairly and accurately depict the computer or digital forensic analysis that you conducted with that in mind?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, people move 318 through 324 into evidence.
No objection.
Admitted.
May we publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to start to show the jury 318 through 324 and just ask you in your own words to walk us through what we're looking for and why it was significant to you.
Yes.
So what do we have on the screen here? Is your screen on?
My screen's not working.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There's
Can
a
I-
cable issue sometimes.
Yeah, the power cord underneath you by the chair, sometimes the chair will bump the button. Try to get off.
That fixed it. It's loading. It's up.
Great. 318.
This exhibit shows the Apple ID user that was logged into this phone.
And who is the user of the phone?
Apologies if I pronounce this wrong. Ahmad Alissa.
And what's the email address below the name?
Ahmad 876-54321 at iCloud.com.
And in 319, what do we see?
This is an image I saw several times in the images on the phone extraction.
And did that appear to be an image of the defendant that appeared multiple times on this phone?
Yes, it does.
320.
This is another image I found in the extraction of the phone, Colorado driver's license for Ahmad Alissa.
And the issuance date on that license on the top right?
Colorado.
The date, I'm sorry.
Oh, And the issue date is 10/11/2017.
So this is from 4 years before, or 3.5 years before the incident.
Yes.
And then 321, what do we have here?
This was another image I found in the extraction results. And I recognize this first male as Mr. Alissa. And I recognize the background to be Red Rocks.
And when was that photograph accessed and put on the phone? What do you know about it?
On the right of this exhibit, you can see these are the details that I see in my extraction results. And in this particular example for this image, it indicates it was created and accessed on January 25th, 2021.
Now, does that mean that that's when the photo was created?
No, it does not.
So based on what you're seeing on the right-hand side of the screen, what can you tell the jury about this photograph?
This photograph, if you look at the path and you see a lot of numbers and letters there, I can see that this image exists on the phone because of Facebook activity, specifically the FB image downloader. So it was an image that appeared on the phone through the Facebook application.
So when it says created January 25th, 2021, are you saying it's more accurate to say it was downloaded from Facebook on that date?
That's correct. I would say that that is the date it was accessed or created on that particular phone via Facebook image downloader.
As opposed to that being the date the picture was taken.
That's correct.
Did the defendant use Facebook often?
Yes, my analysis indicated that, yes.
We'll come back to that. So we have the photos, the driver's license, the phone located in the car. Anything else to connect the defendant to this particular phone?
I also observed several emails corroborating the iCloud account that you observed in the prior screen.
And is that what we're seeing here in 322?
Yes, these are emails you can see looking at the bottom. Welcome to iCloud. And I'm sorry, welcome to iCloud Mail, welcome to iCloud. And that Apple ID was used to sign in to iCloud on an iPhone 7, which was the make and model of the phone that I had extracted. All of these just further confirmed. And then you can see it in this right side, the email Ahmad 876543321 at iCloud.com correlates with that iCloud account I had seen as a logged in user.
And then how about 323?
For 323, that email is an indication to me that this is when this phone or this iCloud Mail account was originally set up, which was received on 8/21 of 2019.
8/21 of 2019.
Yes.
Okay. And in 324, what do we see here?
This is a photograph I took of the suspect's phone, and you'll see that this is taken after I had obtained the passcode to unlock it, which allowed me to see this screen.
Were you able to see emails to and from the defendant on this particular phone?
Yes.
And those emails also confirm his identity as the owner and user of the phone?
Yes.
And some of those emails included what you already referenced about setting up his iCloud mail account, Apple ID, and so on?
Yes.
Did he also have a Apple ID password?
Yes, he did.
Can you summarize for us when it appears, based on your digital forensic analysis, that the defendant started using this particular phone?
Yes, I was able to determine that this phone was very likely a secondhand phone, or if it was new at the time the owner defendant received it, he had done a reset or a wipe of that device. And that occurred on 8/22, I'm sorry, in August of 2019. And that is a file that I had observed in the file system results, which is not found on every single phone. So to me, it indicated that the idea might have been a secondhand phone that he reset or wiped, or he obtained new, wiped anyhow, and began using.
So whether it was brand new or it had been provided to him by another person who had used it, in August of 2019, he wipes it and resets it.
Objection calls for speculation. We don't know who wiped it.
Sustained. Rephrase.
The phone was reset or wiped in August of 2019.
That's correct.
And when had those other accounts that you just referenced, Apple and iCloud and so on, belonging to or in the name of the defendant, when had those been set up?
August of 2019.
From January 2021 through the time of the incident, was the phone wiped or reset again?
There was no evidence of any other reset or wiping incidents on the phone.
Now, you mentioned earlier that you've examined several hundred, if not 1,000 phones during the course of your career. How does this phone compare to others that you've analyzed?
This phone is, the capacity is 128 gigabytes, and the extraction file I obtained from the phone was just above 30 gigabytes. These days, that is relatively low in a data extraction size. We are seeing some phones come in with 500 gigabytes or 1 terabyte of storage capacity, and extractions 100 to 200 gigabytes. For the relatively low storage capacity, or I'm sorry, file that I obtained, the full file system extraction, when I was completing my analysis, there was an overwhelming number of artifacts that I ended up tagging.
Objection. Your Honor, this is going in the 41403 with regards to what the takes are that she made.
Your Honor, I could ask a question to make sure that
Sure.
we stay on track.
Thank you.
Tagging as perhaps relevant to this investigation and prosecution.
Yes, it is.
When you analyze someone's phone, do you start to see patterns of use and patterns of what they're doing during the course of a regular day?
Yes, I do. I would say one of the primary roles of a digital forensic examiner is to, when conducting an analysis, identify patterns and behavior of that user.
So staying with or going back to our living room example for a moment, let's say that person, we'll call him a man, let's say that guy wakes up every day, he checks Sports Illustrated website, he plays certain music on the way to work every day, and he looks at certain things during the course of the day. Do you start to develop an understanding for the pattern of use of the device?
Yes, absolutely.
And what did you notice about the defendant's phone that you're about to take the jury through?
In this phone, I can tell you that the number of images that appeared to be related to this incident was extremely overwhelming. I have approximately 6,000 items that were identified as.
And let me, sorry, the wording of it is what we're
Yes.
talking about here, based on the bench conference we had. So I'm just going to direct you through this, okay?
Thank you.
Sure. So you said 6,000 items that you tagged as perhaps or related to, relevant to the mass shooting at King Soopers.
Yes.
So let's start going through the phone, okay?
Yes.
You said nearly 6,000 items that you tagged. What did those items include? What were they?
Those items included firearms, rifles, tactical vests, camouflage, ear and eye protection, firearm accessories, everything related to firearms and that nature.
Did it also include gun cases or rifle cases?
Yes, it did.
Bulletproof or tactical vest?
Yes,
Scopes and optics?
yes,
Silencers?
yes,
Holsters?
yes,
Rifle slings?
yes,
And you said you tagged nearly 6,000 of these images.
yes, I did.
When did it appear that these images had been accessed, or when did they end up in the cached images file of this phone?
These images appeared starting in January up until March of 2021.
So nearly 6,000 or 6,000 tagged images between January 2021 and March 22nd of 2021.
That's correct.
Rather than go through all 6,000 with the jury, did you put together a sampling of the images that you found on the defendant's phone from that time period of January through March 2021?
Yes, I did.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, sir.
I'm just handing you what's been marked as 325 through 325 QQ for identification. You take a moment and just tell us if you recognize what those are.
Yes, these are the images that we just spoke about.
And when you say just spoke about, you mean the ones that you put together for the presentation at trial, not all 6,000.
That's correct.
And are these a fair and accurate depiction of what you were seeing on the defendant's phone from the time period January 2021 through March 2021?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, people move to admit 325 through 325 QQ.
No objection.
Admitted.
And I'm going to ask the court's permission to publish this. And we're going to start to work through these for the jury, okay?
Yes, sir.
So just to get us oriented, what do we see on the screen here and why is it set up this way?
Yes, these are some of the 6,000 images. And these are, that black dot indicates that's my identifying these. And each one of these photos fits into that description of being firearms, tactics related, weapons or accessories.
So these are all items that you found as cached images on the defendant's phone,
Yes, they are.
and that you tagged them as being related to this investigation and prosecution.
Yes, I did.
And is this screen that we have here, 325, how they actually appeared on the defendant's phone? Or is this how you put it together for trial presentation?
These images as they appear are how I observed them in the extraction. This I put together to show these images.
At trial?
Yes.
Okay. So just to get us oriented, because the jury's seeing this for the first time, can you just take us through some of what we're looking at here, please?
Yes. For example, we'll go with the fourth row. On the far left, there's a pocket knife, and then right next to that, some type of optics for weapons, followed by a rifle sling, and then tan tactical pants, a rifle case, night vision binoculars. I can't quite tell. I think those are eye protection or some sort of night vision. And then again, night vision.
So just taking a step back and looking at these cached images from the defendant's phone, we see a holster on the left-hand row, rifle case, left-hand row, the folding knife you referenced. If you go across the second row, you see a couple of scopes that would go with firearms.
Yes.
And all of these are either firearms related or firearms accessories.
Yes.
So we're going to go through some of these. I'm not going to ask you to read or point out everything on every page, but did you put together 44 pages of these just as a sample for the jury of what the defendant was looking at from January through March of 2021?
Yes, I did.
So here we have 325A. Are we seeing the same kinds of things in these images?
Yes.
Let's go to 325B. Looking across the top row, do you see a folding knife there?
Yes, I do.
Fourth row down. As you go across that fourth row, what do you see there?
I see ear protection, a handgun in a holster, accessories for rifles, and a tactical vest.
And in the fifth row there, do you also see on the left-hand column, fifth row down, do you see a rifle bag?
Yes, I do.
And going across that row, a number of different things there, but do you see a rifle about halfway across?
Yes, I do.
And then an image of a vest.
Yes.
We'll go to 325C. And let's go to the bottom row on this exhibit, 325C. What's on the left-hand side of that bottom row, and just walk us across, please.
Yes, on the bottom row, far left, a rifle case, a rifle scope, a tactical vest, a rifle sling, ear protection, a rifle, a tactical helmet, and I believe a rifle sling or some type of magazine holder.
And that's 325C.
Yes.
And you also see in the two columns, or excuse me, the three columns on the left-hand side of that screen, rifle scopes as well.
Yes.
325D is now on the screen. Looking at the top row for 325D, can you tell us some of the things that appear there?
Yes, at the top left, there is a concealed carry holster with a handgun and in that holster, a rifle case, another holster for a handgun, an optic with a red laser sight, another rifle accessory, an additional sight, a rifle case, another rifle accessory, optic, and a tactical vest.
And if you go down on 325D, let's go down to the bottom row. And if you look at the bottom right corner and then move one over, one in, what do you see there?
That is a rifle optic.
What do you mean by rifle? Bless you. What do you mean by rifle optic?
It
702. Overruled.
Go ahead, Ms. Sears.
that can be attached to the top of a rifle and allows a different sight picture for firing the rifle.
And I know I'm moving through these pretty quickly, but again, this page is another sampling of what you were finding in the cached images folder of the defendant's phone from January through March of 2021.
Yes, that's correct.
About on 325E, what did you note related to this case on 325E? Just a few of them, if you could.
Yes, on this exhibit, additional tactical vests, tactical helmets, handgun holsters, ear protection, tactical helmets, concealed holsters, a rifle. There's also a concealed carry holster for the ankle, another rifle contained in a case, a magazine holder.
And you see optics and scopes on this one as well?
Yes, I do.
325F, another series of images from the phone. Do we again see optics on this one?
Yes, I do.
And tactical vest
Yes,
and scopes
yes,
and more of the guns or gun accessories that we've been talking about?
yes.
I'm going to skip over 325G and 325H, but again, do those contain firearms and firearm accessories that you found in the defendant's phone?
Yes, they do.
We'll go to 325I, please. If you look at the right-hand column, all the way over to the right,
Yes,
what do we see as we go down that right-hand column?
yes. At the top, I see ear protection. I'm not sure that very top picture is not clear. The second's ear protection. Third, an individual pointing a rifle. The fourth picture, that is what you would see through the optic of that is one of the optics sight picture. That's what an individual looking through would see through those optics we've seen in other images.
And for this, I'm sorry to interrupt, for this particular optic, is there a dot in the middle of that optic?
Yes, there is.
And what color is that dot?
Looks red to me.
And staying with that, or going left on that row, then do you see more earplugs there as well?
Yes, I do.
325J, the top row. So top row going across, do you see earplugs,
Yes, I do.
tactical vest,
Yes,
holsters?
yes,
325K, just looking again at the top row, do you again see earplugs,
yes, I do.
vest,
Yes,
holsters,
yes,
rifle bag is on this page as well?
yes,
We'll go to 325L, and I'll direct your attention to the bottom two rows here and just ask you a few of those questions, okay? So looking at the bottom two rows of 325L, do you see scopes?
yes, I do.
Do you see another optic for a rifle
Yes,
and other firearm accessories?
yes,
And looking at the bottom row, going from left to right, do you see a holster for a handgun?
yes, I do.
Do you also see in 325L, bottom row, an optic from the view of the individual looking through it?
Yes,
And next to that, another tactical vest?
yes,
And this just goes on and on and on for these 44 pages.
yes,
325M, 325N, 325O, 325P, 325Q, 325R, if we could stop here for a moment. Second row down, what do you see in the left-hand box, second row down?
that is an armor plate.
And do you also see a rifle bag in that row?
Yes, I do.
Do you see tactical vest
Yes,
and tactical vest over towards the right side of that row as well?
yes,
I'm now moving to 325S. Again, firearm accessories of all different kinds on 325S.
Yes.
And looking at the closest, the next one up from the bottom. Do you see scopes on the left-hand side, or a scope?
Yes, I do.
And then moving third one in, what do you see there?
That's another scope, and in the upper left of that, those are the different selections you can pick on that scope for what you see when you peer through the scope.
So for some scopes, you can actually pick what you want to see through the scope when you're targeting someone or something. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay. And is that what you see in that image there? Those, it's hard to see from here perhaps, but they look like different green options and red options.
that's correct.
This is 325T, 325U, and 325U, third row down towards the middle of that row. What do you see there if you go 4 boxes over?
Ear protection.
And does it appear that those earplugs come with something else? In other words, in terms of the packaging?
Yeah, the ear plugs are inside a plastic container and then a bag.
A pouch or bag of some kind?
Yes.
And then if you go to the far right of that same row, what do we see? This is the third row down. We're going all the way to the right on 325U.
A tactical vest with pouches for multiple magazines.
And again, all these images in 325U taken from cached images on the defendant's phone, January through March 22nd.
That's correct.
325V. 325W, second row down, 4 across. What's the green item you see there?
That item is a screenshot, and that black text says grab a gun. And this is confirming an order that had been placed from grab a gun.
Through the defendant's phone.
That's correct.
325X, I'm just going to ask you not to go through all these, but just second row down. What do we see in the left-hand box there, the image you captured?
Second row on the left, a rifle case, a tactical vest, holster, ear protection, I believe, holster, rifle case, another scope, and another optic.
So just that row alone, 325X, contains each one of those items.
Yes.
Move us ahead here. This is 325Y, 325Z, 325AA. And if you go 4 rows down on AA, what's in the left-hand side, 4 rows down on 325AA?
A tactical vest.
And then moving from left to right, what do you see, Ms. Sears?
A scope, a handgun holster containing a handgun, the view through an optic, a rifle sling, another accessory for a rifle, eye protection, and a rifle case.
325BB, more of the same.
Yes.
325CC, again, seeing these kinds of items.
Yes.
And if you go down bottom left on that first row, about 4 down, what do you see?
4 down, a tactical vest.
5,
And
sorry, you're a step ahead of me. So what's the next one down?
the next one is another optic for a rifle.
And again, does that show different choices one can select when looking through that optic?
Yes.
And then moving us ahead here, 325DD. EE, FF, GG, HH. Actually, sorry, on HH, I had a couple questions for you. What do we see on the top left-hand corner?
In the top left, a knife,
Next one over, please, to going to the right.
a tactical vest,
Next one over from there.
a hard case that can be used for rifle or firearms, tactical helmets, a rifle case. I have a camera there and a knife and accessory, a flashlight that can be added, a light added to the top of a firearm.
325 II, more of the same of all these items.
Yes.
And then we have 325 JJ. What's on the bottom right-hand corner of 325 JJ?
In the bottom right corner, an image stating top 5 tactical chest rigs and a photo of someone wearing tactical gear with a rifle in hand.
With 325 KK, LL, MM, NN, OO, PP, and QQ. All the ones that I've touched on here, and again, I'm going through these pretty quickly in the interest of time, but all of these are from cached images on the defendant's phone related to the firearms and firearm accessories that we've been discussing here.
Yes, all of these are in cached images.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but you have 8 images along the top row
Yes.
and then 6 images along the right-hand side.
Yes.
So that's 48 images per page.
Yes.
And you've given the jury just a sampling of 44 pages with all these different images.
That's correct.
And does it sound right if I tell you that number comes to 2,112?
Yes.
So this is just roughly a third of the cached images related to these things that you found on the defendant's phone.
That's correct.
And I'm going to go back for a moment to one last one that I wanted to show you. 325 FF. Can you go to the second row, sorry. The third one in.
Yes, that is ammunition, a bullet.
And what does it appear to be ammunition for?
For a rifle.
Thank you. And do you see ammunition in the bottom right-hand corner as well?
Yes, rifle ammunition.
Gonna switch gears on you here, okay?
Yes.
Any indication in looking at the defendant's phone that he had researched or looked at other mass shootings that happened prior to March 22nd, 2021?
Yes.
And where were you looking when you found that information?
I found that information in the web history.
And what was one of the mass shootings that you found that the defendant had been looking at on his phone?
One of these shootings was the El Paso shooting.
And what location did that mass shooting take place at?
That occurred at a Walmart.
And based on your review of the web history, was the defendant looking at the Wikipedia page for that mass shooting?
Yes, he was.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at .326 and 327 for identification. May I approach, John?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
What do you recognize 326 and 327 to be?
I recognize these as artifacts recovered in the web history from the phone.
And specifically related to the El Paso Walmart mass shooting?
Yes, one of them provides the URL for the Wikipedia page with details of the shooting, and the other is the Wikipedia page.
And do those exhibits fairly and accurately depict what you found on the defendant's phone in the web history section?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, people move 326 and 327 into evidence, please.
Brief voir dire.
Yes.
With regards to People's Exhibit 326, was this image actually found on Mr. Alissa's phone? Or is this what you believe happens when you click on the link on 327?
That image is what appears when you go to the URL on that page.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Yes. The objection sustained, that's as to 326,
327, Your Honor.
327.
Or excuse me,
It is,
326.
yeah, 326. I have no objection to 327.
So I'm going to move to admit 327, Your Honor.
No objection.
And you'll see it on the screen there. What does this indicate, Ms. Sears?
This is one of the items in the web history on the extraction of the phone and provides the URL to the Wikipedia page for a 2019 El Paso shooting.
Did you then click on the URL?
Yes, I did.
And just generally speaking, where did that URL take you at the time you looked at it?
It led me to a Wikipedia page with information and details about the shooting.
At the El Paso Walmart.
That's correct.
Did you learn through your review what inspired the El Paso shooting?
Objection 401, 403.
Sorry, Your Honor. It explains the next step she takes in her computer forensic analysis and what she does.
Why don't you rephrase the question?
Sure. In reviewing what you found on Wikipedia about the El Paso Walmart mass shooting, did it reference another mass shooting that had taken place?
Yes, it did.
And was that from earlier the same year of 2019?
That's correct.
Did you then find that URL on the defendant's phone?
Yes, I did.
Can we take down the screen for one moment? Can I talk to counsel for one moment? Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. Can I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
I've handed you 3 exhibits that we've marked for identification. Can you tell us what those 3 are, please?
Yes, Exhibit 329 is web history results that I observed on the phone for the Christchurch mosque shootings, and the URL for this web history takes you to a Wikipedia page for that shooting.
And that's 329.
Correct.
And how about 330?
On 330, it hasn't changed on my screen yet.
Sorry.
On 330, this is the searched items category on the extraction, and the value that was input was Christchurch attacks.
What do you mean by value input?
That was on the phone within the Safari application. That is the term that was input into the web browser to search for results from Christchurch attacks.
And 331, please.
And 331 shows the web history, and you can see the URL is very lengthy here. You can see it was a Google search. And embedded in there, it was used with Safari and showed that a URL for the Christchurch attacks was visited.
Well, all 3 of these exhibits, things that you developed through your digital forensic analysis of the defendant's phone.
Yes,
And all 3 of these reflect searches that were made using that phone with regards to Christchurch attacks.
that's correct.
Now, at this time, the people move to admit 329, 330, and 331 into evidence.
No objection.
Admitted.
And we publish on.
Yes, sir.
So it's on the screen now. Can you just orient the jury to what they're looking at here?
Yes, this is the web history details. And it shows the URL of the Wikipedia page for the Christchurch mosque shootings.
And this was another mass shooting event involving Christchurch Mosque.
That's correct.
And how about 330? Sorry.
This is what I was referring to. This appeared in these searched items artifacts. The source is Safari. That is the application that was being used to complete the search, and the value input within Safari that was actually searched is Christchurch attacks.
And 331, please.
And this is the web history and shows a URL that is very lengthy, but you can see that it started on Google and occurred within Safari and includes a search or led to a URL relating to the Christchurch attacks.
And did you look at the pages that were linked both for El Paso Walmart mass shooting and the Christchurch mass shooting?
Yes, I did.
And without getting into any details at all of what you read, did they have similarities to what we have?
Yes, they did.
And then I'm going to ask you to take a look at what's been previously marked as 333. May I approach, Ron?
Yes, sir.
What are we looking at in 333?
In 333, this is another web history artifact with a last visited date of February 2nd, 2021, and it leads to a URL it leads to a website on a news channel about a shooting in which a man and 5 children were killed.
And again, was this something you found in the digital forensic examination of the defendant's phone?
Yes,
And did it contain the link that you just referenced in the image that you have here?
yes, it did.
Right at this time, people move to admit 333 into evidence.
No objection.
Admitted.
May we publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
So what do we see on the screen here?
Again, you can see this is a web history artifact. The last visited date is 2/2 of 2021. And the URL shows that it links to a news article. And this is an article discussing a shooting in which a man and 5 children were dead. And this occurred in the location is Muskogee.
Is Muskogee a place located in Colorado?
No, it's not.
Where is it located?
Oklahoma.
And without getting into the details, did you click on this link to learn what the defendant was looking at?
Yes, I did.
And did it contain similarities to what we have in consumers?
Yes, it did.
And from looking at these different websites, did you ever see any mention of, and I'm going to take you to the next exhibit, any mention of modified triggers on semi-automatic weapons?
Yes, I did.
And did you find evidence related to modified triggers for semi-automatic weapons in your additional analysis of the phone?
Yes, I did.
What is a modified trigger?
A modified trigger is any type of change made to the originally manufactured trigger of that particular firearm or weapon.
And did you then find evidence that the defendant was looking at how to do that?
Yes, I did.
Tell the jury what you found, please.
I found URLs to various sites, one of them being YouTube with a video explaining how to modify a rifle with a rubber band or a shoelace to change the trigger pull and the original manufactured operation of that weapon.
Your Honor, may I approach with what's been marked as 334 through 336 for identification?
Yes.
Thank you.
What do you see in 334, Ms. Sears?
In 334, I see a YouTube page. The video is named Rapid Manual Trigger Manipulation, parentheses, rubber band assisted.
And for 335 and 336?
For 335, this is a Quora webpage, and the title is Can a Semi-Automatic Gun Be Made Fully Automatic with a Shoelace?
And 334, 335, 336, all things that you found on the defendant's phone as in an area of what he had searched for?
Yes.
And would these exhibits fairly and accurately depict what you saw on the defendant's phone in terms of his web history?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, move 334, 335, and 336 into evidence, please.
Your Honor, I object to 334 and 335. No objection to 336.
The objection?
The same objection I made with regards to the other exhibits. Happy to approach if the court wants to take a look.
Your Honor, can I just briefly respond?
You may.
The other exhibits, to the extent it's Wikipedia, there's a possibility that things have been changed. These are different websites, and I think they stand for themselves.
I disagree.
And just bring them up and let me take a look. The three are admitted.
Court's permission, I'm going to ask you to tell the jury what we're looking at in People's 334. And this would be what the defendant accessed through his phone when he clicked on this URL.
Yes, this is correct. This was a web history item, and this is where the URL led him.
And what do we see in 334?
We're on the YouTube website and a video that is 2 minutes and 5 seconds long, titled Rapid Manual Trigger Manipulation, Rubber Band Assisted.
And this was something that you found on his phone from between January through March 22nd, 2021.
Yes.
And then 335. What is 330? Excuse me. Oh, let's do 336 first.
Yes, this is the details of another web history article on the phone. Last visited date of January 27th, 2021. And it's a URL directing to a web page on Quora with an discussion on, can a semi-automatic gun be made fully automatic with a shoelace?
And this was accessed on January 27th, 2021.
That's correct.
And then when you click on the URL, it takes you to what we see in 335.
Yes.
And what's the title at the top of the page there?
Can a semi-automatic gun be made fully automatic with a shoelace?
Were you able to access and present a history of search items related to this case and looking at the defendant's phone?
Yes, I was.
And did some of those searches include how to fire as an automatic weapon,
Yes.
bump stocks,
Yes.
bullet stuck in barrel of AR-15?
Yes.
And I'm going to ask you to take a look at what's been previously marked as 337, 337A, and then through 337E. May I approach on?
Yes, sir. Do you have much more?
Sorry, Judge. One thing right now is.
That would have been a better question. All right. Let's do that. Okay, thank you. All right, let me remind you of the admonition. Please follow it. I'll read it to you one more time when you leave this evening, but you know the routine, and I'll see you in about 3:30.
He's like, oh, yeah, I'll take that. One of these put it as yeah. It used to be. There's like.
Doing this all through.
That's key. Like, we're talking about utilized.
No, you gave me this all through Dr. Gray. Are you splitting that between the two?
That's all that is this way.
Okay.
Wait, which one is that?
360, the four is a great.
That's all. There's just. Some people, it's not on the floor yet. Can you go outside? Next to territory.
And I figure we're just gonna do the input days, I'm stuck if we don't for the tomorrow, is that okay? I want to introduce some things. Oh, man, I feel like a lawyer.
All rise.
Thank you. Please be seated. Or stand.
We're ready, Judge.
Bring the jury in, please. All right, thank you. Please be seated. I remind you, you just remain under oath. That's it. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Dougherty.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Sears, I left 337 and 337A through E on the witness stand there. Can you take a quick look at those, please?
Yes.
Do those exhibits fairly and accurately depict different websites that you found the defendant to have been visiting on his phone from January through March of 2021?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the people move to admit 337 and 337A through E, please.
No objection.
All right, 337, and then additionally A through E.
Yes, Your Honor, please.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Your Honor, may we have the screen and publish 337? Just for this first page, Investigator Sears, are you set with your screen?
It's coming on right now.
Okay, great. Just to get the jury oriented to this, and of course it'll be in evidence. They could view it later if they have questions, but what are we looking at on this type of screen?
One moment. Yes. On exhibit 337, you can see a date and time of last visited. And then to the right, a URL with the website that was visited.
And generally speaking, what kind of websites are we showing the jury through 337 and then 337A through E?
All of these websites are for stores and places you can purchase guns.
So previously you've testified about the defendant or the defendant's phone being used to look at different images of guns and firearm accessories, prior mass shootings, and now these are websites where you can actually purchase firearms.
Yes.
What dates do we see on 337?
These dates range from the bottom, March 7th, 2021 to March 13th, 2021.
And going up from the bottom, looking at March 7th, for example, do you see references to website pages of 5.56 NATO ammunition?
Yes, I do.
We'll go to 337A. Can I approach?
Yes,
Just get closer.
yes.
And 337A.
337A, starting from the bottom, includes March 4th, 2021 to the very top, March 7th, 2021.
Looking at the bottom of 337A, does that also reference 5.56 ammunition?
Yes, it does.
And you go up to March 5th, around 11:16 PM, so 11:16 at night. What is the defendant looking at in terms of drug history?
He is looking at ammunition, 5.56 specifically.
And then above that at 11:16:50 PM.
It's a grab a gun, federal 1,000 rounds can, and 5.56 is the ammunition type.
We go to 337B. What do we see in 337B?
These dates all occur on March 4th, 2021. Most of them are at the Grab a Gun website, and a couple others for Sportsman's Finest.
So based on this, you're looking at Grab a Gun and Sportsman's Finest for different items such as rifle ammo, AR magazines, 5.56 NATO ammo, and so on.
Yes.
337C, dates of weeks.
These dates range from February 27th, 2021 to March 4th, 2021.
337D, what we have.
Dates February 24th to February 27th, 2021.
You had, for example, February 25th, 2021, 11:01 PM. What was he looking at?
He was looking at a website called snipershide.com on a shooting threads and scopes.
What scope in particular?
A Monstrum scope.
U37E. Until the jury dates.
Yes, these dates, all of these dates occur on January 1st, 2021.
And what kind of websites is he looking at on January 1st, 2021?
He is looking at a website called rkguns.com.
Your Honor, can I approach with what I've marked as 338 through 338M as in Michael?
Yes. So is there 338, then 338A?
Yes.
Okay.
Three, 338 and then 338A through M. Do those pages reflect web history and items the defendant was looking up on his phone?
Yes,
And do those records there fairly and accurately depict what you were finding on the defendant's phone in the manner we've described already for the jury?
yes, they do.
Your Honor, at this time, people move to omit 338 and then 338A through M, please.
I can just have 1 minute, Your Honor.
Yes.
No objection.
All right. They are admitted.
So I'm going to publish 338. Just get us oriented so the jury understands what they're looking at in 338 and the following pages.
Yes, these exhibits are the results in the searched items artifact. And here you can see there is a timestamp category, but a timestamp is not always associated or recovered with these searched items. And you can see the value, which that list of values, those are the terms that were entered in the Safari application. You can see to the right, the source of all of these in this exhibit is Safari.
So what does that mean in practical terms? What's happening with the phone to produce this kind of record?
On the phone, the user is in the Safari application and he is using a web browser and typing in those values.
So going into Safari, typing this into the search bar, hitting return.
Yes.
And then the phone records each one of those searches.
Yes.
I'm not going to ask you to read every line of every page we're about to present, but what's the general nature of the things that were being searched for here?
Generally, everything gun related, firearms related, ammunition, similar to things we have previously discussed.
And can you just pick a couple and read them aloud to the jury, please?
Yes. Bullet stuck in barrel AR-15, gun shop near me, AR not chambering bullets, SAR K2 45 extended magazines.
And also Ruger AR 5.56 pistol up.
Yes.
338A, another series of items that the defendant was typing into Safari on his phone.
Yes.
And again, most of these being firearm or firearm related,
Yes.
not all of them. We're going to move forward. 33B. Do you see a reference to gun stores on 33B? About 7.
Yes, I do.
338C. And as you go down the list on 338C, do you see searches for a monstrum scope and scope reticle?
Yes, I do.
338D. And then 338E, what do we have at the bottom of 338E?
At the bottom, a search term are 30 round clips legal in Colorado.
What does that mean in terms of what the defendant was doing with his phone? The fact that that appears there.
He would have been in the Safari application and he would have entered exactly as you see that written into a browser.
30 round clips legal in Colorado.
Yes.
Moving ahead here, 338F and 338G, also similar searches, all involving firearms or firearms related accessories.
Yes.
And on 338H, what do we start to see in the list of searches here?
There were additional search terms discovered that related to chemicals and search terms or items that I know to be associated with bomb making materials.
For example, what's the third one down?
The third one is ammonium sulfate explosion.
338I and then 338J, similar searches for weapons related items or topics.
Yes.
And then 338K, and looking at the 338K list of searches, do you see 3 down, what it says there?
The third down is Colorado magazine law.
And as you go further down, do you see making Ruger 5.56 full auto?
Yes, I do.
338L, what do you see fourth one down?
The fourth down is hollow point.
And there's one further down that's marked with black, red, and yellow dots on the left. What does that say?
That says, are hollow point bullets more deadly?
And then 338M. And then for some of these searches, did you actually isolate what the defendant had been searching for on his phone?
Yes.
I'm going to ask to approach and show you 339 through 343 for identification. May I approach, Ron?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Recognize those?
Yes, I do.
Recognize those?
This is another view of the searched items and the value. And then within the value, there's a field in parentheses where it indicates are hollow point bullets more deadly.
Your Honor, at this time, people move to omit 339 through 343.
No objection.
Admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Yes.
339, what does this show us?
This is a view of searched items, the artifacts recovered from the phone. You can see the searched items, the source field is Safari, the value field is are hollow point bullets more deadly, and the origin field is unknown.
340.
This in 340 is the details of one of these searched item artifacts, more specifically, again, the source being Safari, the value are hollow point bullets more deadly.
341.
341 is a website on Quora.com with a discussion, what is the most deadly type of round bullet?
And when we look at 342, is that the same website, but that's the URL reflected?
That's correct.
And what was the last date that website was visited by the defendant?
The last visited date is January 20th, 2021.
For the most deadly type of bullet.
Yes.
And 343 is the URL with that date of January 20th, 2021.
Yes.
You touched on this in the long list of general searches, but I'm going to ask you to take a look at what's been marked as people's 344 for identification. May I approach, John?
Yes, sir.
What is 344?
344 is another web history artifact, a last visited date of January 24th, 2021, and a URL on Quora.com for a discussion, are 30 round magazines legal in Colorado?
Your Honor, I'm going to move 344 into evidence.
No objection.
Admitted.
And now the jury sees it on the screen behind you, Ms. Sears. What date was that URL last visited by the defendant, the one, are 30 round magazines legal in Colorado?
Last visited on January 24th, 2021.
At 6 o'clock in the evening?
Yes.
So I've gone pretty quickly through these websites. I'm going to ask you some direct questions about web searches that you found during your review of the defendant's cell phone, okay?
Yes.
So January 1st, 2021, did he look up what websites do you like to buy guns from?
Yes.
January 2nd, 2021, online search for how to buy a gun online.
Yes.
January 16th, 2021, online search on silencers.
Yes.
January 20th, 2021, we talked about the most deadly type of bullet. January 24th, 30 round magazines legal in Colorado. January 27th, can a semi-automatic gun be made fully automatic with a shoelace? Is that right?
Yes.
And then February 17th, 2021, online searches for Swift links and lightning links and other articles related to making assault rifles fully automatic.
Yes.
And going through this next section, I'm going to ask you questions about whether you found evidence on the defendant's phone to indicate the defendant actually started to arm himself. In other words, purchase firearms and accessories prior to the mass shooting at King Soopers, okay?
Yes.
Did you find a screenshot of an email from Grab a Gun thanking the defendant for his order and with the email indicating the order was shipped via FedEx on March 9th, 2021?
Yes, I did.
And you recovered a number of voicemails from the defendant's phone total.
Yes, there were, I believe, 51 voicemails recovered.
Were 3 of those voicemails from a business that identified itself as Westminster Arms?
Yes.
And in each one of those voicemails, were you able to listen to and transcribe what was in the voicemail?
Yes, I did.
And were each one of those about purchases the defendant had made at Westminster Arms or through Westminster Arms?
Yes.
With dates of January 8th, 2021,
Yes.
January 19th, 2021,
Yes.
and February 9th, 2021.
Yes.
Did you also find a text message from March 16th, 2021 from Eagle's Nest Armory on the defendant's phone?
Yes, I did.
And was that from approximately 5:41 in the afternoon?
Yes.
And did that text message state Eagle's Nest Armory, thanks for shopping with us? Let us know how your visit was by leaving a review and then having a link with a JPEG image of Eagle's Nest Armory.
Yes.
As part of the investigation, including your work on the phone, were investigators working to determine whether the defendant had practiced with firearms prior to the mass shooting of King Soopers?
Yes.
Any indication from your work on the phone that the defendant may have practiced firing in the woods of any area?
Yes, I found search terms.
That's for speculation. I haven't heard the answer yet. Did you want to object about the answer or can I hear that?
No, the answer's fine, Your Honor.
Okay, what is the answer?
There's a search term, White Ranch Park shooting.
White Ranch Park being what?
White Ranch Park is an open space area near where the suspect resided.
So that would indicate to you that he had looked up White Ranch Park and specifically shooting.
Yes.
Yeah, any objections overruled?
Thank you. And to be clear, it wasn't just White Ranch Park, but he was actually looking up White Ranch Park shooting.
That's correct.
All right, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what's been marked as 345 through 348 for identification.
Thank you.
After finding what you just described about him looking up White Ranch Park shooting, did you then find additional information that he actually looked at websites for White Ranch Park?
Yes, I did.
And are those reflected in 345 through 348?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit 345 through 348.
Verdier,
Yes.
when we look at People's Exhibit 345, this is a website for White Ranch Park. Correct?
Yes,
There's nothing mentioning shooting on this particular exhibit.
that's correct.
When we look at People's Exhibit 346, this is another website for White Ranch Park.
Yes.
Nothing to do with White Ranch Park shooting.
Yes.
When we look at People's Exhibit 347, this is the web history with the URL of a search, correct?
Yes.
And it's for visitgolden.com-listing-White Ranch Park-5072.
Yes.
And then when we look at People's Exhibit 348, this is another web history with a longer URL.
Yes.
And this is a google.com search.
Yes.
And we can see in there again, there's White plus Ranch plus Park.
That's correct.
Thank you. I have no objection.
Admitted.
Just to be clear, he looked up White Ranch Park shooting and then these websites related to White Ranch Park.
I found evidence of both of those searches. Yes.
Just, and 345, 346, 347, 348. Ms. Harold just touched on all these. These are all related to White Ranch Park. It includes information about the park and what's allowed at the park.
That's correct.
Anything related to Golden Gate Park on his phone?
Yes, I did find things for Golden Gate Park.
And for those who may not know, where is Golden Gate Park?
Golden Gate Park is also closer to the suspect's resident. It is west of and between Arvada and Boulder.
And did you also, in looking at the defendant's phone, find any videos of individuals firing weapons?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at what's been marked 349 through 352, if I can approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
Three 49 through 352, excuse me. Videos that you found on the defendant's phone related to firing of weapons.
Yes,
And these were videos that you found the links for on the defendant's phone.
that's correct.
Your Honor, at this time, people move 349 through 352 into evidence, please.
I can just have a moment. No objection.
Admitted.
With 349 on the screen, can you just tell the jury what we're looking at here, please?
Yes, this was recovered in the videos artifact of the phone extraction. On the left, you can see one of the screenshots of that video. You can see a male holding a rifle, wearing ear protection. He is out of firing range with a target downrange and several spent casings on the ground.
And when was this video accessed?
The detail pane on the right provides additional information for this video, and the listed access date is 5/20 of 2020.
350.
Another video that I observed, and this shows the target brought up closer and showing shot placement.
351.
The same male seen in the prior exhibit wearing ear protection with a handgun in his hand and a target downrange, and somebody has added a text saying headshots.
What date was this accessed?
On 5/20 of 2020.
And then 352 is what?
This is an individual's hand, appears to be right hand, holding a firearm, a handgun, turned to the side, and an emoji with hearts added to the picture.
When
I'm
was
sorry,
it?
video.
Sure. When was this accessed?
On 4/23 of 2020.
I'm going to switch gears on you here. What's the notes section of a phone?
Notes are, and it's an application that's natively installed on all iPhone devices in which the user of that device can go in and input any type of note they wish.
And that's a typical app on an iPhone.
Yes, it is natively installed.
So going back to our living room scenario, you might go on someone's phone and find notes, including movies to watch, and then they typed in movies that they want to watch.
Yes, that's correct.
Did you find things relevant to this case in the note section of the defendant's phone?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, can I approach with what's been marked as 353? It contains a number of pages. A moment, please. I believe it's 13 pages. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah, so goes, is it all just 353?
Yeah, sure.
13 pages.
Yes.
Okay.
And I should ask this question. Is 353 the note section just printed out and it goes for 13 pages?
Yes.
May I approach on?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You recovered this from the note section of the defendant's phone?
Yes, I did.
Okay. When was the note section of the defendant's phone created?
This particular note was created on 9/24 of 2020.
When was it last modified?
The last modification time is March 17th, 2021.
Now, at this time, I move people's 353 into evidence.
Objection.
Admitted.
Can you just get us oriented to this, please?
Yes, on the right, you can see that this artifact came from the note application on the phone. The title of this, which typically, if not titled by the user of the phone, is the first line of the note, in this case, BJJ. You can see the creation time of 9/24/2020 and a modification time of 3/17/2021.
And what does the modification time for this note signify?
In this case, it means that something within that note was modified and updated that modification time.
And are the first few pages things to do with hand-to-hand combat?
Yes.
I'm going to move us ahead through that section. And the page we're looking at on the screen here, what do we see?
This was a very long note, and it is a continuation of the note titled BJJ.
And at some point, does the note change from talking about hand-to-hand combat to something else?
Yes.
What does the note begin to document?
There is a line in the note which indicates AR stuff, and it begins to document AR stuff and begins to document how to control, manipulate, load, unload an AR, and make movements, tactical movements, shooting while moving, things related to firearms and tactics.
And does AR stuff appear at the start of what I'll call the third long paragraph here?
Yes.
And beginning from there, does the rest of the note include all the information that you just touched on in terms of how to fire and tactical movements related to firing a weapon?
Yes.
So for example, right below AR stuff, it said bring optics to eye, not opposite.
Yes.
These are notes that are being input into this note section of the phone.
Yes.
This next page that I now have up, is this more of the same?
Yes.
Next page as well?
Yes.
And looking down at the third paragraph on this page, this is the notations talk about how to hold a magazine in place and how to use a magazine notch.
Yes.
As you go further down, does it talk about high ready and low ready?
Yes.
And then towards the bottom, does it talk about how to move and firing while moving?
Yes.
And specifically, it says engage, move, stop, engage.
Yes.
What's at the top of that next page? And I'm referring specifically to the second, what I'll call paragraph.
The second paragraph begins with hallway clear. Take a large step, toes outside, then rotate hips and kneel down, then get position.
Further down on that last paragraph, does that start with scopes?
Yes.
And does the rest of that talk about different things related to how to use a scope?
Yes.
And the final one talks about drills that can be done using a firearm.
Yes.
Did you also, going through the defendant's phone, find any indication that he was looking for bomb-making materials?
Yes.
What did you find that he was doing related to explosives?
Your, this time I object under 401, 403.
Overruled.
I found a number of artifacts in various locations, recovered from various locations of the phone to indicate there had been searching for bomb-making materials, including in the images, the web history, searched items.
And did you prepare a sample of those for the jury to review with regards to this particular topic?
Yes, I did.
And before I ask you to take a look at the sampling, how many images did you tag related to bomb-making materials that the defendant had evidence of and cached images on his phone?
I tagged 400 images.
And that was 400 images, or roughly 400 images, were from January through March of 2021.
Yes.
I'm going to ask to approach and show you 354 and 354A through H. Recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And are those the pages that you put together for the jury related to what we just discussed?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, people move to omit 354 and 354A through H, please.
Objection 401, 403.
I think we address this at the bench, and I'll adopt Mr. Dougherty's response at the bench as my reason for allowing it.
Just get us oriented to what we're looking at here. And I'm going to go a little faster through this section since this is similar perhaps to the layout you had presented the firearms related materials on.
Yes. To orient these, again, these are images that were recovered from the extraction of the phone. And these are items more specifically relating to bomb-making materials.
And we have here, I'm just going to scroll through it, 9 pages of tagged items of the 400 that you actually saw.
Yes.
Fair to say a very significant number of images involving chemicals that could be used as precursors for explosives.
Yes.
And did his web history, going back to the web history, indicate that he was then looking to purchase those same kinds of materials?
Yes.
Are you aware that some of those same chemicals were then found in the defendant's home pursuant to the search warrant?
Yes.
Did you conclude from your analysis that he was trying to figure out how to make and use explosives?
Yes.
Let's talk next about any indication, if any, that he targeted Boulder.
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what you found specifically in regards to Boulder? And I'll ask you a question first. Are you aware from your work on this case, as well as your analysis of the phone, the defendant lived and worked in Arvada?
Yes, I am aware of that.
So what did you find related to Boulder on the phone?
I found a few images related to Boulder, and I also found artifacts within the location and navigation artifacts of the phone extraction.
Your Honor, may I approach with 355, 356, 357, and 357A?
Yes, sir.
We do these one by one, Sears. 355 is what?
Excuse me. 355 is an image that I observed in the phone extraction results. And I know this to be a photograph of Boulder with the flat irons in the background.
Your Honor, at this time, people move 355 into evidence.
Bordier,
Yes.
do you know when this photo became apparent on Mr. Alissa's phone?
Yes, there are associated date details with this image.
When is that?
March, I believe it was February or March of 2021.
No objection.
Admitted.
Does it sound right to you if I were to say your report says the image was dated March 18th, 2021 at 4:09 PM?
That's correct.
This image was put on or looked at through the defendant's phone on March 18th, 2021.
That's correct.
And what did you identify that allowed you to determine that was actually Boulder?
The longer I appeared at this image, I can see a watermark in the center. It's very faint. And it appeared to be wording introducing an address on Dewey Avenue. It appears 805 perhaps.
And do you know Dewey Avenue to be a location in Boulder?
Yes.
Did you also find any indication in the defendant's map functions on his phone that he had looked at Boulder? And I'm referring you to 356 first, please.
Yes, I did.
And what is 356?
Exhibit 356 is a screenshot of Apple Maps in which the indicator for where the phone is actually at the time this photograph was taken is between Arvada and Boulder.
At this time, people move 356 into evidence.
No objection.
356. Admitted.
What is the jury seeing here?
This is the screenshot I just discussed. This is in the Apple Maps application. You can see the blue dot indicating the location of the phone. And it is right off of Highway 93 coming north or right between the location of Arvada and Boulder.
And from January of 2021 through March 22nd of 2021, did you see an increasing focus on Boulder through the defendant's phone?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe that for the jury, please?
Yes, I located an artifacts titled Apple Maps Biome App Intents. There were 322 artifacts in this category. Of those, 54 of them had specific addresses for businesses located in Boulder. Of the 322, a large number of them have no location name or address, so I don't know what city that particular artifact came from. And so the 54 artifacts here all relate to Boulder.
What do those 54 artifacts mean was actually happening with the defendant's phone?
Yes, again, I explained they're from Biome App Intents. The Biome is a database that stores files with the user's information. And the App Intents is it's provided by the iOS operating system by Apple to enhance the user experience, and it combines with the Biome the user's information to help predict and provide recommendations perhaps on what the phone might suggest to the user.
And are those artifacts appearing on the phone prompted by map searches being conducted by the user of the phone?
Yes, that's correct. The Biome portion of this artifact indicates and was revealed through my research that these artifacts appear here because the suspect was on his phone in the Apple Maps application looking at a map of Boulder and the businesses within that area displayed on the map. Additionally, there are artifacts that indicate the type. And so in this case, most of these are that the type is show. And then additionally, there is an action, and most of these say reveal, which help to show and reveal the address and the business at that particular location on the map.
So to be clear, it means that there's something being looked at on the map, and then this list is being recorded by the phone.
That's correct.
It doesn't mean the person's specifically hitting on this. It's more the map recording in the phone that this location's within that area.
That's correct.
And the list that appears in 357 and 357A was generated by the technology of the phone.
Yes, and the forensic tool used to parse the extraction from the phone.
Your Honor, at this time, people move 357 and 357A into evidence. Sorry.
No objection.
Admitted.
So the jury's perhaps a little too far back from this screen. So Ms. Sears, can you just walk us through what we see on 357, please?
Yes, on exhibit 357, these results, you can see it in the left-hand pane. It indicates location and travel. That is the category in which these artifacts were found. You'll see this appears slightly different because this was used through the magnet axiom forensic tool. And these particular artifacts listed on this page are the Apple Maps, Biome App Intents. And to the right, you can see the matching results, 54 of 322. There are associated dates and times for these. And then you can see the type for all of these on 357 is show. The action is reveal. The location name indicates the actual business or location, the business at that particular location, and then the address of that business.
And what dates do we see on the left-hand side of the screen? This 357.
These dates range from March 6th, 2021 to March 18th, 2021.
During this time, is this when you're seeing a greater focus on Boulder on the defendant's phone?
Yes, yes,
The locations which appear in the fourth, fifth column over include different places such as Press Play, Bitter Bar, and other locations.
yes.
In 357A, what dates and time, what dates are reflected on 357?
These are the remaining 54. The dates go from March 17th, 2021 to March 21st, 2021.
Again, a greater focus on Boulder.
All of these locations are Boulder.
And what are the last few dates, times, and locations listed here?
On 321 at 1222, Target at 2800 Pearl Street. At 1223 on 321, Whole Foods Market at 2905 Pearl Street. On the same date at 6:23 a.m., Safeway at 2798 Arapahoe. On 321 at 1225, Plato's Closet, 2510 Arapahoe. 321, 2021 at 1228, Safeway, 2798 Arapahoe. And the final one at 1229 is Petco, 2480 Arapahoe Avenue.
And based on your review of the phone, where was the defendant on the morning of March 22nd, 2021?
At that time, I was able to determine that he was at his home in Arvada.
What was he looking at on his phone that morning?
He was, among other things, within the Apple Maps application, looking at the maps, looking at different locations within the city of Boulder.
I have nothing further. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I just have a few questions for you about what we've been discussing with regards to Mr. Alissa's phone. And you had told us that prior to becoming a forensic analysis, you were actually a detective for Boulder Police Department.
That's correct.
Okay. And fair to say, as you were a detective for the Boulder Police Department and then as a forensic analysis, that you were often trying to figure out the why of why a crime may have occurred.
Yes, that is one of the goals of an investigation.
Okay. And fair to say, when you were conducting your analysis of Mr. Alissa's phone, you were hoping to get a better understanding of why did this all happen?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And you spent a lot of time with Mr. Alissa's phone?
Yes.
Okay. And none of the data or none of this extensive looking through all of the things we've talked about this afternoon could answer that why question.
That's correct.
Now, you told us that a number of different items were seized from the Alissa home.
Yes.
And you're aware through the course of the investigation and your role in it that Mr. Alissa lived with his family in Arvada.
Yes.
And there were a number of family members who lived in the home with him.
That's correct.
Hence why you had so many devices to go through, because there were so many people living in the home.
Yes.
And the FBI and other law enforcement agencies went to the Alissa home the evening of March 22nd.
Yes, they did.
And they executed a search warrant, which is when they collected all these devices.
Yes.
And the family was very cooperative with law enforcement in providing these devices.
Yes, they were.
Okay. The family was very cooperative and voluntarily signed consent forms and gave access to law enforcement to anything they found.
That's correct.
Now, in regards to the phone that we've been discussing this afternoon, you told the jury that this was found in the Mercedes at the King Soopers where this mass shooting occurred.
That's correct.
Okay. And you also told us that once you were able to look at the phone, you were easily able to identify that this was in fact Mr. Alissa's phone.
Yes.
Okay. And you went through different searches, the cache, the notes, the images, and throughout all of it, you could tell there was things that went directly to Mr. Alissa.
That's correct.
I want to talk a little bit about People's 353, which was the note that we saw. And again, a note is something an individual creates within their phone. Do you agree with that?
That's correct.
Okay. I oftentimes think maybe a list for the grocery store or, you know, your daily tasks of what you're doing. That's what people usually use the notes function for.
Yes.
Agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. And you told us that the note within Mr. Alissa's phone was titled BJJ.
That's correct.
And fair to say, you believe that stands for Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And the final modification of that note, you told us, was on March 17th of 2021.
Yes.
And you also told us that note was first created on September 24th of 2020.
Yes.
Okay. What you can't tell us, however, is how many times that note was modified between September of 2020 and March of 2021.
That is correct.
Someone could have modified it once, 10 times. We have no idea.
Correct. I did not look into the number of times modified, and it is unknown.
The other thing that the note can't tell you is what parts may have been created on September 24th, what parts may have been created in between this timeline, or what was created on March 17th.
That is also correct.
What we do know, however, is we saw, I believe it was 13 pages of Exhibit 353, this note.
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Doherty took you through the note, and specifically he took you to page 11 when we first see a change from talking about jiu-jitsu stuff to more guns and other type of stuff. Would you agree with that?
That's correct.
Okay. You told us that you've done hundreds, if not thousands, of forensic analysis on phones and other, like computers, other stuff like that?
Yes.
Okay. And agree that a phone nowadays is kind of like a handheld computer?
Very much so.
People do a lot of things on their phone.
Yes.
Okay. And you learn a lot about someone by looking at their phone.
Yes, I do.
We've seen that there's no doubt that Mr. Alissa had a clear infatuation or say obsession with guns, gun making material, body armor, those types of things.
Yes.
I think we heard a few different times that there was over 6,000 cached images.
That's correct.
Okay. You also took note of some other things with regards to Mr. Alissa's phone. And I think one of the things you said on direct was the actual overall storage that you were able to take from there was smaller. Did I get that right?
Yes, you did.
And can you just explain that a little bit more to the jury, what you meant about that?
Yes. So I'll explain again. This particular phone is an iPhone 7. The storage capacity is 128 gigabytes. And I had actually navigated within the settings of the phone and observed on the phone itself and in the extraction results, there were approximately about 30 gigabytes of used data. And that is similar to what I had recovered in my extraction. Also, it was approximately a little above 30 gigabytes of data.
And you took note, though, that was very small and compared to what you usually see when people are using their phones a lot.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Another thing that you noticed with regards to Mr. Alissa's phones that was maybe different or odd when compared to other searches you had done is that there were fewer videos on his phone than, say, an average user.
That's correct.
Another thing that you noticed that was different between Mr. Alissa's phone and other people's phones that you've looked at was the call log contained far less calls than compared to, say, an average user.
That's correct.
I want to talk just for a minute about Exhibit 321, and that was the exhibit at Red Rocks where we see Mr. and Alissa in the picture with two other gentlemen.
Yes.
And you told us that it was easy for you to identify that you could tell that was Red Rocks.
Yes.
We can see the sun in that picture. There's other people in it.
And the amphitheater I recognize. Yes.
Absolutely. And just to be clear, you said that was a download from Facebook to Mr. Alissa's phone. Did I get that right?
That image appears on the phone, and you will not see that image on the phone itself. If you were to manually scroll through the phone, it appears because it's within the file system and came from the Facebook application and is stored because of that. It is not downloaded on the phone.
Thank you for that clarification. So let me make sure I'm understanding that. Is fair to say the reason you could find that particular photo on Mr. Alissa's phone is because at some point he was in Facebook and saw that picture that was posted in Facebook?
That is my best assumption, yes.
Okay. And that photo was from January of 2021 when it came onto the phone.
That is the date that it would have been accessed via Facebook. Facebook data can be imported through other phones or other methods if you were to sign in on another phone.
So this can go back to that idea of our phones now are a lot like computers, is there is so much going on behind the phone than we may even realize when we're accessing a website.
Very much so, yes.
Okay. So what we're talking about here is Mr. Alissa is in Facebook, and then all of a sudden you're looking at his phone and you can see this image from Facebook through his phone because he used his phone to get on Facebook.
That's correct.
Okay. I then want to talk to you about Exhibit 338. And this had a number of letters along with it. And this had to do with searches that Mr. Alissa had done on his phone. Bringing back your memory of what we're talking about? Okay,
Thanks.
great. And on March 22nd of 2021, you had told us that by looking at Mr. Alissa's phone, you were able to tell that the morning prior to the shooting, he was at home looking at Google Maps.
That's correct.
And you're able to tell that by looking through the history, looking at that Google Maps stuff we looked at. You were also able to find other things he searched that particular day.
Yes, and correction, it was Apple Maps, not Google Maps, but I did find indications of other searches that morning, yes.
Thank you. And one of the searches Mr. Alissa did the morning of the shooting, less than 3 hours before he went to the King Soopers, was look up Kanye West.
Yes.
And he didn't just look up Kanye West. That was one search. And then we have a second search, Kanye West's net worth.
That's correct.
And this is at approximately 11:47 a.m.
Yes.
At the very end of your testimony with Mr. Doherty, you talked about things that tied the phone and Mr. Alissa to Boulder. So I want to just talk about that for a minute. When you were doing your forensic analysis, you told us you're looking at all different things to try to get a better idea of why this may have happened, how this happened, those types of things. Would you agree with that?
That's correct.
And you made some conclusions at the end of your analysis about what you reviewed and what you could say.
Yes.
And by doing that, one of the things that you concluded in your analysis is that there was nothing or no apparent reason why the King Soopers in Boulder was specifically targeted.
That's correct.
There also was nothing in the phone to indicate why the mass shooting occurred on that date.
Correct.
If I can just have a moment.
Yes.
Thank you, Detective Sears. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, just a couple questions. Ms. Sears, in the note section, did that include instructions on how to manipulate an assault rifle
Yes, it did.
and how to move and shoot at the same time?
Yes, it did.
And the recommended stance for shooting an assault rifle?
Yes, it did.
And counsel, and this is what I'm following up on, counsel was just asking you about where that appears in the note. Is all of that towards the bottom of the note that was last modified on March 17th of 2021?
Yes, it is.
And Ms. Harold asked if you agreed with her that the defendant had a clear obsession for guns and gun-making material. Do you agree with that? That he had, through his phone, demonstrated a clear obsession, with this kind of topic?
I can say that the number of cached images that were recovered relating to firearms, tactics, weapons, ammunition, eye and ear protection, accessories for firearms, that was a significant interest in the user of that phone.
And counsel just asked you about Boulder. Would you agree that Boulder appeared to be strongly targeted by the defendant?
Yes, absolutely.
Even more so in the days and week or days leading up to March 22nd, 2021?
Yes.
And counsel asked you about the why. What I would ask you is this: was there clear evidence from the defendant, from everything we just discussed, as well as the defendant's prior interest in mass shootings, where the defendant was very focused on carrying out a mass shooting?
Yes, absolutely.
And nothing further. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, you are excused and you're released from your subpoena. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Judge, the people would call Commander Josh Bonafide.
I'm gonna grab those exhibits.
Yeah, sure.
Good afternoon. If you'll just work your way to your left around. Thank you. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury any testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Go ahead and introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for us, please.
I'm Commander Joshua Bonafide. It's Bonafede.
How are you employed, Commander?
I'm a commander with the Boulder County Sheriff's Office.
And what is your job as a commander?
Currently, I'm our admin commander, which means I handle all of our budgeting policies and procedures, but I also oversee our SWAT team, K9 unit, and our drone program.
How long have you been?
Our drone program
How long have you been with the Boulder County Sheriff?
since 2008.
Did you have any experience before coming to Boulder County?
Yes, I've been in law enforcement since 2001.
So over 2 decades?
Yeah.
What other roles before becoming commander did you hold?
I was on the SWAT team as a sergeant, which was a tactical team leader. I was on the SWAT team as a deputy. I've worked in the civil unit, patrol, the jail, various other things.
In March of 2021, what was your assignment that time?
So I was a sergeant assigned to the civil division, but I was our commander over the SWAT team.
What does that mean to be the commander over the SWAT team?
It basically means you run the entire SWAT team, all of our training, all of our missions, everything, our budgeting.
Describe briefly for the jury what the SWAT team is.
So it's special weapons and tactics. We basically handle anything that's outside of the capabilities of patrol. So if they have anything that's high risk, we'll call them the SWAT team. If there's any mass disasters, we'll use them for evacuations. It's just a very well-trained, very coordinated team that works well together.
Did you respond as part of the SWAT team for Boulder County on March 22nd of 2021 to the shooting?
I did.
Can you describe how that took place?
Yeah, it was actually my day off. So I was at home and I got an alert on my phone. We use an app called Active 911 to give us alerts. So I got an alert on my phone saying there's an active shooter at the King Supers with an officer down. So I grabbed my gun and jumped in my patrol car and headed that way.
About how long did it take you to get there?
I was running emergency, so I'm guessing from my residence, probably 20 minutes.
What did you find when you got to the scene?
Well, en route, I started hearing radio traffic that led me to believe there wasn't a team inside of the King Supers, a team of officers inside the King Supers. So I called Commander Nick Goldberger and basically said, there's not a team inside. I'm going to put together a team to go in. Can you take tactical command for the sheriff's office piece of this? Obviously, Boulder PD would have their command, but we wanted someone from our side there as well. So he agreed to do that so I could try to get a team together.
What other information did you learn while you were traveling from your residence to the scene?
There was radio traffic about multiple shooters inside the building. We believed there was an officer down directly inside the building with multiple casualties as well.
So when you got to the scene, who did you make contact with?
Patrick Compton, who is a sergeant with the Boulder County, or sorry, the Boulder Police Department.
And can you just describe what was going on when you got there?
Yeah, when I pulled up, there was more cop cars than I could count, more police officers I could count. They were all in staging. Sergeant Compton was doing his best job trying to get people bunched together based on agency into groups and teams so we could form rescue task force to go into the store. I made my way immediately to Sergeant Compton. We know each other very well, so it was easy to speak with him on scene. And basically said, I got my team here. We want to go in.
How many members were on your team when you took them in?
I don't recall because I saw more of my team members as we were approaching the store. So I started grabbing more of my team members to shore up how many guys we had.
And did you guys do something as a team before you were able to approach the front of the store?
Yeah, we were told we weren't allowed to go in the store unless we had rifle shields or at least a rifle shield with us. Again, they believed there was multiple shooters inside the store, up to 3. And there was intel that there was a shooter on the phone with dispatch saying that he was setting up an ambush for us inside the store. So we had to get a rifle shield before we were allowed to go into the store.
The other information you were provided as you were traveling to the scene and after arriving is that at least one of the shooters had a rifle.
Correct.
Explain what a rifle shield is.
Yes, there's different levels of shields. Up until this event, most of our shields were pistol shields, which means they can only stop pistol rounds. Since we believed he had a rifle, we wanted to get something that had better protection. There wasn't at the time a lot of those in the county. There's certainly a lot more now. So finding one was not easy. We did, Boulder Police Department does have it's called a smart truck, but it's a truck that holds a lot of SWAT gear on it. It's brand new to the police department. At the time, it was brand new to the police department. We knew there was rifle shields on those. So I directed some of my operators to go over to that truck and grab what rifle shields they could.
And operators are just a way of referring to the SWAT team members that you were in charge of?
Yeah, we call them operators.
Can you describe how you approached the front of the store once you had the rifle shield?
Yeah, when I sent them over to the truck to get a rifle shield, I thought they'd get a small one-person shield. There's different sizes. A one-person shield obviously is held by one person to provide protection. Everybody stacks up behind that. What they ended up grabbing was a very large shield that we'd never trained on. It had to be assembled. It was on wheels. It usually took 2 to 3 operators to maneuver the shield. So we're very unfamiliar with this piece of equipment. But we end up getting assembled and we start moving towards the store with this large rifle shield.
For folks not familiar with firearms, can you just describe why there's a significant difference between a shield designed to stop handgun rounds and one designed to stop rifle rounds?
Yeah, handgun rounds travel somewhere probably around 850 feet per second. A rifle round's probably about 2,800 or higher feet per second. So it takes a lot more ballistic protection to stop a rifle round than it does a handgun round.
Where did you approach the store?
We approached on the east side near the handicap ramp.
And when you got to the handicap ramp, what did you find?
There was a large number of officers standing on the ramp. So we basically just started yelling, part the way, get out of the way. The shield was very big, so they all had kind of part the seas so we could get up there with the shield.
Ultimately, when you got to the entrance up the ramp, describe what you did.
So the entire store looked like it was just chaos from what I could see from the outside, as far as debris and clutter everywhere. There was glass broken everywhere. There was pieces of metal everywhere. And maneuvering that shield was very difficult with all that debris there. I radioed to command and basically said, hey, we're ready to make entry. The radio was just chaos the entire event. There was so much traffic on it that we really couldn't communicate with ourselves, much less command. So I just made a determination we're going in.
When you went in, what did you see as soon as you got inside the doors?
Yeah, we were able to finally maneuver the shield through the initial threshold of the store over the glass. And as we're turning the shield, I noticed we had a downed party, a female, off to our right-hand side.
What other observations did you make?
We got the shield in a little bit further in the store, and I noticed Officer Talley down in front of us. I'm not sure the distance, probably 30 feet, 40 feet.
In entering the store as commander of the SWAT team, what challenges did you face when you got inside?
Well, there's multiple angles that we had to cover that could be potential threats to us. So for a good portion of the beginning of the entrance is me trying to coordinate where people are going to be pointing their rifles, make sure we don't get ambushed. We were pretty sure we were going to come under fire almost immediately when making entry. So we had to take that initial entry pretty slow, probably slower than we would like, just to make sure we had all of our angles covered for our protection.
You were aware when you made entry that the 2 teams that made entry before you both took fire?
Yes.
Describe how your team moved into the store.
So we got the shield probably 15, maybe 20 feet inside the store, and we were trying to talk about how we're going to maneuver it. I wanted to get up to Officer Talley. I wasn't sure if he was alive or dead. I had reports that he was dead, but I still wanted to get to him. We couldn't get the shield to him, so I just made the determination I was going to crawl to him. So I told my operators to cover off for me. which basically means they're just going to come over with the rifles and protect the aisles. So they covered off and I crawled to him and drug him out of the store.
Was Officer Talley deceased when you got to him?
Yes.
When you got him back to the doorway, did you hand him off to other BPD officers that were outside?
Yeah, there was a large contingent still of officers outside and I basically handed them to them, said, get him in an ambulance.
After you got Officer Talley out, did you return to your team?
I did.
At that point, what happened?
So again, we had multiple angles we had to cover. My concern was that we had a lot of people bleeding out inside the store. Lessons we've learned from other active shooting incidents is if you can get people who are bleeding out and treat them, you can probably save some lives. So my exigency in that point was to get to people who are bleeding out and injured.
So you were trying to push into the store to find additional victims?
Correct.
What happened as you continued to push into the store a little ways?
I heard several of my team members say contact left or suspect left or male party left. So it drew a lot of our attention left towards the pharmacy area, which is the east side of the school, the store. I saw a male coming around a bin and he has hands up in the air. The only thing he had on was underwear. He didn't have a shirt or pants on, just his underwear. And he appeared to be shot in his right leg.
What was the man doing?
He was walking towards us.
Can you describe anything else about the person you saw coming towards you?
He had a beard, kind of shorter, heavier set.
Do you see that man in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you identify where he's at and what he's wearing?
I see the defense table with the white button-up shirt and the glasses.
Judge, I would ask that the record reflect identification of the defendant.
Well,
What did you and your team do as he started to come towards you?
We did a good job of having one person give commands rather than all of us shouting at him. Initially, we were all shouting, put your hands up and stuff like that. So eventually one of our operators yelled one voice, meaning one person give commands. We began giving commands to him and told him to come towards us and he complied. He came towards us. Our operator told him to turn around, get down on your knees. And when he did that, he put him down in the aisle in front of our team where we would have been exposed had we had to go out and handcuff him there. So we all said, no, stand him back up and bring him back to us. So our operator told him to stand up, get back to us, which he did. And then they end up kneeling him down directly in front of myself and Detective Miriam.
During this time, were there multiple commands given of a different nature to move to different positions to do different things?
As far as
telling him to move to his right and to back up and to turn?
Yes.
And did he comply with every single one of those commands?
Yes, every command we told him he complied with.
Ultimately, after he got back to you and your team, what did you do?
So he kneeled down in front of Detective Miriam and myself. I handed Detective Miriam my handcuffs. He handcuffed him, and then we stood him up.
What'd you do with him at that point?
Well, I was confused why he didn't have any clothes on. So I said, where are your clothes at? He said, over there, nodded to the east of the store. And I said, why aren't you wearing any clothes? He just shook his head. And then I started wondering, is this guy a victim who's not wearing clothes because he wants us to see his gunshot wound, or is he our suspect? So I said, where are the guns at? And he said, over there, indicating the same direction as his clothes. And I said, did you shoot anybody? And he didn't say anything. And I said, are you our shooter? And he said, I guess we'll find out.
Was this entire interaction, the commands that he was given and his responses, as well as your questions and his answers, captured on your body worn cam?
It was.
Judge, if I could approach.
yes, sir.
Commander, I've handed you what's been marked for identification as People's Exhibit 311. Can you identify that for the court?
Yeah, it's a DVD or CD that has video of my body-worn camera from that day.
Have you had an opportunity to review that CD?
I have.
How do you know that?
I watched it on a computer about an hour ago and then initialed and dated it.
Judge, I would move to admit People's Exhibit 311
No objection.
Admitted.
and permission to publish.
Yes, sir.
Turn the shield towards him. Turn the shield towards him. Yeah.
Keep rolling. Moving back. It's not the track. That's good. I can stop. One minus one. Stop. Keep going. One block. Stop. Third check with three contact. Four backwards. Walk away. Keep coming. Keep contact. Keep coming. Keep coming back towards the side of my line. Keep coming. Stop. Stop. You got hands shoving team up. Bring them back real quick. Bring them to us. Already stand back up. This one over there. Stand back up. I know I'm saying you do a lot of stuff, man. It's gonna be okay. Come back, man. You should know back to my voice. You keep going back to my voice, all right? Got cuffs? Yeah. Keep back to my voice. Hey, keep coming. You get this out. Keep coming. Keep coming. Wait for you. Aiden, I got it. Bring it, Aiden, I got it. Keep back. Bring keep back down. Take one step to your right. Aiden, I got it. Take one step to your right. 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 Step back. Come back. Walk backward. Continue. Take 5. Come on. Put your hands on your head. Hold your fingers. Bring them back. Where's your clothes at, man? Where's your clothes? Why'd you take them off? Where's the gun? Over there. Good. Did you shoot at them? Are you our shooter? Huh? Are you our shooter? Give me a team up. I'm doing for shield. On this body worn cam, we see the date and timestamp upside down on the bottom right. Can you explain that for the jury?
Yeah, body cams were new to our team and we hadn't purchased anything special for SWAT. We're using our patrol body worn cams. The only way we could find to mount them at the time was to Velcro them to the top of our helmets. And when we did that, it basically made the recording upside down. Sometimes it'd be right side up, but a lot of times it'd be upside down. So we just have to go back into our system and correct that.
So in correcting it to make the video show right side up, it results in the date and timestamp being upside down.
Correct.
After you hand it off, or I guess, what did you do after you put the cuffs on?
Yeah, I questioned him when I wasn't really getting the answers I was hoping to figure out if he was our only threat, if there's more threats, if he was our suspect. I basically was done questioning him and we got him out of the store so we could continue trying to find wounded and other suspects.
What did you do with them when you got him out of the store?
We passed them off to other officers. They're outside.
What did you do at that point with the team?
So at that point, I wanted to get the store cleared. We wanted to start looking for wounded. We wanted to see if there's any other suspects. We still believe there's probably 2 other suspects in the store. So I made the determination we were just going to ditch that shield that was doing no good for us and just start clearing the store.
Describe what clearing the store means.
In this situation, there was a lot of officers. Longmont SWAT team had just come in the door shortly after we passed him off. So I met up with their SWAT commander, Craig Mortensen, and just basically said, hey, man, we got to get the store cleared as fast as possible. Can you get your guys online? We'll get our guys online and we'll just go push the entire store down the aisles and see if we can find anybody injured or any more suspects.
Did additional SWAT teams join the effort to clear the store as well?
Yeah, well, initially it was just us in Longmont. We set up to start clearing the store and then Denver police showed up with their SWAT team. We knew there was a break room above us, an employee break room above us. So I directed Denver SWAT to find a way to get up there. We hadn't found the stairs yet. We want to get them up there and secure that area because we didn't know if we had victims up there, if we had people uninjured that were hiding or what.
Were you aware of that office space upstairs because of the 911 calls that were coming in indicating people were hiding up there?
That, and we could see it when we walked in. There's obviously a balcony up there that overlooked the store.
So describe when you're clearing something like a supermarket, how you do that.
It's very difficult. There's threat areas everywhere you go. So you try to cover down the best you can with the angles and move very quickly.
As you move through the store quickly to try and identify or locate additional victims, did you find anyone that was wounded?
We found people who were completely uninjured. Anybody that we found that had any wounds were deceased.
With respect to those you found that were uninjured, what types of areas in the store did you find those people in?
There were some people in a janitor closet. There was a lot of people upstairs in that break room area. Wasn't specifically part of the team that found a female who was down one of the aisles hiding behind some boxes of cereal, but I was told there was a female hiding behind some boxes of cereal. We basically kind of tried to collect those people and gather them up.
Were there efforts to confirm that the parties that were down were in fact deceased?
Yeah, after we did our initial clearance of the store and we realized there was no additional threats to us or anybody else, we started doing what's called a rescue task force, which basically means we pair up a medic with a couple of officers to start going around and checking to see if we can render aid to anybody. So I coordinated getting our TEMS, which is tactical medics, in there, teaming them up with other officers and going and checking all the wounded.
And these medics are part of the SWAT teams?
Yes,
And so they're like geared up like the SWAT officers. We're not talking paramedics off of the ambulance.
correct.
They operate with your team, so they know tactically what you're doing and what they're doing and everything like that.
That's correct.
And did you coordinate medics checking each and every one of the individuals that were down inside the store?
Yes, I basically got with our TEMS and other operators and just said, go around and start checking everybody. Come back and report to me as soon as you can. It wasn't too long into that I was told there are no survivors.
Talk about how you coordinated the efforts to get the uninjured out and how you guys did so.
Yeah, we realized there's a lot of things we didn't want people to see near the front of the store. So we made the determination that we were going to build kind of a corridor of SWAT operators that would go down one of the eastern aisles and just line the entire aisle and the entire area with SWAT operators going all the way out the back of the store. So kind of create a safe corridor and also block them from seeing any of the things that we didn't want them to see at the front of the store.
And things you didn't want them to see. You were talking about the deceased at the front.
Yeah, the dead bodies at the front, along with all the blood from Officer Talley.
Judge, I don't have any further questions for Commander Bonifay.
Good afternoon, Commander.
Good afternoon.
You had told us that you have over 2 decades of law enforcement experience.
That's correct.
And in March of 2021, you were the commander of the SWAT team,
Yes, ma'am.
which means in essence, you're in charge of that SWAT team?
Yes.
Okay. And we just saw your body cam video of when you came into contact with Mr. Alissa in the King Supers that day.
Yes.
And you told us you were trying to ask him questions, trying to get information, what's going on here.
Correct.
And during the course of that, one of the things you notice about Mr. Alissa is how calm he was.
That's correct.
It kind of struck you.
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Sorry,
Okay.
yes.
In addition to noticing how calm Mr. Alissa appeared to be, you also couldn't tell whether he was under the influence of drugs or alcohol, or if he was having some type of mental illness or mental health break.
That's correct.
Fair to say over the last 2 decades of law enforcement, you've had lots of encounters with suspects, witnesses, and victims?
Yes.
Part of your job is to take note of how someone is behaving when you're interacting with them,
Yes.
because that can be important to the overall investigation. Okay. Thank you, Commander. No further questions.
Commander, is what the jury saw on your body worn cam the extent of the time spent with the defendant and your interactions with him on that day?
Yes.
Nothing more.
All right, you may be excused. Thank you, and you're released from your subpoena. All right, we're now going to recess for the day. I want to remind you that until the trial is completed, do not discuss the case with anyone by any means. It includes your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors, or anyone else. If anyone approaches you and tries to discuss the case with you, stop them and then let me know about it as soon as you can. You must not read or listen to any news reports of the trial. You must not consult any outside references or do any research about the trial, similar types of trials or cases, or any of the parties. And finally, remember, it is especially important you do not form or express any opinion on the case until it is finally submitted to you. Thank you. Have a good evening. See you tomorrow morning.
requesting that the defense witnesses not be allowed to talk about the fact that Mr. Alissa was incompetent or that they found him incompetent. And the court granted that motion in limine based on how that played in with the sanity piece of things and finding under a 403 analysis, it didn't have probative value.